Good evening, folks. Well, it is the big one. Welcome to I say the local elections 2026, but it is more than that. We've got the English local elections. We've also got the Scottish Parliament elections. We've got the Welsh Senedd elections. Now, not all of these results we're expecting tonight, so don't get too excited. But nonetheless, it's a very big set of elections here. Would you call this it's not quite the midway point of the parliament because we've got a 5-year limit on how long parliament's it is 5 years. It's not 4 years, is it? It's 5 years.
Yeah, it's 5 years.
Parliament is 5 years.
So you could say it's nearing the halfway point, as close as a set of local elections can be, one side of Christmas or another. And it's a big one. We are expecting an absolute punishing time for Labour. And we said off air just before we went on, I was looking at sort of projections and predictions for how Labour would end up doing. And then my gut instinct just kind of went, hang on a minute, you've seen this before. Whatever the worst case scenario is for them, it will probably be a little bit worse than that. And that makes enough sense. We're expecting runaway successes for Reform. Also, the Greens making quite significant inroads. It's going to be interesting to see just how far they come. The Tories expected to have a dismal time. And the Lib Dems will be there somewhere. They'll pick up a few votes and seats, no doubt. I'm going to say hello to right. So we've got John Cooper in the call. We've got Tom, and we've got Callum as well. Hello there.
Hello, Swiss.
Good evening, darlings.
Well, it's been a while. When was the last time? Was it the locals last year?
I was wondering if it was that or the general election.
It was. I think
goodness.
it was. Yeah, it's one of those two.
But it's anyone who studied political science. It's Christmas.
How have you been anyway?
Oh, fine. Just a flat fine. I had to work today, but I took a 6-hour day, so I finished at like 2, and I've spent the entire evening just drinking.
Well, I'm glad to see things haven't changed.
No. And tomorrow I have annual leave, so I'll be continuing to drink. Scotland's obviously my main focus. I voted this evening. And surprisingly busy at my polling place, which I thought turnout might be quite low, but seems people were actually enthused.
I will be coming to you then, Callum, as essentially my Scotland correspondent. You're my Scotland correspondent. John is my campaigning Labour on the ground correspondent. Tom is my man of many talents. And then we'll see who else comes along as well.
I also been doing some streams about election predictions with Cameron and Tom.
Yes, I stuck a post up on the channel with a link to. I hadn't mentioned that Cameron was in it because I hadn't realised, but that you and Tom had done one for the viewers to be able to find. And I'll link that again once we've gone off air. Remind me in case I forget, but I'll link that again once we've gone off air in the chat down below as well. Yes, guys, John Cooper has a YouTube channel, and given that I'm not streaming on politics quite as frequently as I did a few years back, it's definitely a good shout if you want to get your fix of the usual cast of characters who are around on this channel. Go over to John's channel and you'll be able to see those streams there. Guys, before we get into things, I'm just going to say a quick hello to the people in the chat. So what's everyone said? We've got Apollo TD. Hey everyone. Onyx, good evening. Apollo says, I joined, but my Beats mic doesn't work, and I dropped my phone in my bath this evening, so that doesn't work either. Oh, you've had the worst luck, Apollo. Problem with these late streams is everyone else in the house is sleeping, lol. People talking about what they got. We've got some bourbon biscuits, a bag of toffee popcorn. Let's check in real quick here, guys. What we got for the night ahead? I've got half of a Papa John's pizza left and a few small cans of sugar-free Red Bull. Callum has an IV drip of alcohol straight into his veins for the duration.
Brandy specifically.
Brandy specifically. What about the two of you? What's keeping you going?
Well, I've just had dinner, so I think I'll probably have enough energy for a while since I had it a bit late because, as you say, I'm like the Labour canvasser, and I went out canvassing between 4 p.m. to like 8:30 p.m. So I did like 4 sessions of canvassing in like Stevenage and Hertfordshire, since my local council in Hertfordshire is not doing elections this year because back in 2024 they sort of changed it to all seats election, if you will. Now that again, it's being changed again in 2027, but that's because Hertfordshire is going through massive election reform, local reforms, and all that stuff. So they'll do new locals based on those reforms and all that. So yeah. Let's see. For once, I'm not getting any changes in councils, and while having I arguably have a 3-year voting since I think 2019. But like I did back then, I went out and voted and canvassed for locals.
It may be. I'll double up the question in that case. Then I'll ask not only what is sustaining you this evening in terms of food and drink, but also whether or not you've been voting in your area as well. That probably seems like a good dual way to be leading into things.
For me, I basically just have a bottle of water with a vitamin C tablet in it.
Oh, hang on a sec, Tom. Let me try and turn you up on the microphone. Again now for me.
Right. Anyway, as I was saying, I have a bottle of water with a vitamin C tablet in it. That's my drink to sustain me.
Right. Okay. Well, we've got a range. We've got a range going on here. We've got the caffeine, the alcohol, the previously eaten, the healthy water. It's all good. Claire in the chat says, "Whoa there, Tom! You've gone crazy with the treats." Tom's louder now, says Apollo TD. Okay. Are we all? You're gonna have to let me know because I'm mixing the volume here to try and get everyone at the right level. Tell me if everyone's approximately, loud enough, too loud, not loud enough, all the rest of it. Let me try and work my way through a few more of these comments, and then we'll get on to why we're actually here. When I voted, it was just me and 2 others in the vote station, says Skullman. We have to wait until 2 p.m. tomorrow before we start to see the Senate results. That's what Election Map said. Skullman, by the way, you are going to be my Wales correspondent. I think it's only right that if Callum is here speaking for Scotland, you should be telling me about Wales from the chat. That seems fair enough.
Wales
hey,
won't be counting anything until tomorrow afternoon.
So yeah, but you can tell us what you think will happen, Skullman. That's something. Retro Gamers here as well. Retro. I need to send you a link to this as well. I will send you an email shortly. Says, "Hey Swiss and everyone, glad to see quite a few of us here already." Retro made his debut on the channel earlier this evening, joining me for a Pokemon stream. But he's been a long-time viewer. You guys will probably recognise him from the chat and the comments, and he may be coming on this evening as well. Lammy giving an interview on BBC One now. Well, hold the phone, guys. Should we go look at David Lammy?
Lammy's interview was recorded a while ago, I think, and it's made some news on LBC because effectively he was asked the straight question, do you support the Prime Minister? It was slightly differently worded, but it boiled down to, do you think the Prime Minister can survive this? And Lammy gave quite a long answer in which the words, yes, I support the Prime Minister, didn't appear.
Did he give unequivocal support for the Prime Minister in the same way that the Prime Minister gives unequivocal support for his Chancellor?
He didn't even say that. He didn't even make a token response. I think he basically answered a different question.
I've come here to be interviewed, but I'm going to answer the questions that I want to hear, not the ones that you ask me. Politics 101.
Right now on BBC, they've just got different photos of the party leaders.
Oh yeah, I've currently got BBC up myself, and they're basically showing a collage of all the leaders. I'm probably just talking about them. I've put it on mute because, well, see, I'm talking in your streams first, and I don't think you want BBC in the background.
I appreciate that. Thank you. What am I doing here?
But yeah, at the moment it's just showing them live counting down in 4 different areas from the looks of things.
I'm gonna be doing a sweep shortly of some of the graphics that we've got, the maps, some of the projections and pollings, latest Twitter rumors, all the rest of it. I'm just getting this link out to Retro in the chat, and then I think we're good to continue on. Have any of you guys heard anything particularly interesting or juicy? You know, any gossip about so and so is going to come out tomorrow and say that Starmer should resign, or this person got assaulted by a giant rubber shark on polling day, but we couldn't report on it because of murder. You know,
well, Swiss. John Curtis is on BBC, but well, Swiss. The only spicy news I heard was when I was on the radio when apparently yesterday a man was arrested for carrying some kind of weapon that was near the disgraced former Prince Andrew.
Oh, okay. It's not election related, but it's interesting. So a man was arrested because he had a weapon in the vicinity of disgraced former Prince Andrew.
Yes,
Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, as we now call him.
Yes. Apparently, you can probably understand what people are thinking of what that guy was going to do to him. And I see David Lammy's on, let's see, BBC News at the moment.
One thing I don't like about BBC now with their election coverage is how they have this really ugly purple background on the BBC.
I think it's because UKIP doesn't exist anymore, so purple would be a neutral colour.
You beat me to it. I was about to say
because the thing is, if
the
the BBC did their traditional burgundy, that might be seen as a bit laboury.
Why not just have it as like yellow?
I would say black. I would have just gone with black because no party is black. I mean, except maybe I don't know, some significant supporters of the Green Party nowadays. In fact, it was interesting. I was talking to a friend of mine. He voted in Glasgow South Side, but he previously had lived in Glasgow, Kelvin, and Maryhill. If the Greens win that seat, they would elect the first black person, the first black woman, and the first trans person to the Scottish Parliament. If they win, which is still highly unlikely. I mean, it would take a lot for the Greens to win any of the constituencies they're challenging, and they're only doing 6. But if they were to win a constituency, I think that would be kind of... The Greens would probably be able to entrench their position in a way they haven't, because they've fluctuated a bit. They've never gotten over 10, and they've fluctuated up and down throughout the Scottish Parliament's history. So if they got double digits, and if they got constituency seats, then at that point, the Greens are probably there to stay in Scotland. And just to clarify, the Greens are a separate political party in Scotland from the Greens in England. They are 2 distinct political organisations. They don't have anything to do with each other.
It's not like Scottish Labour being a affiliate or a branch of UK-wide Labour. It is Green Party of Scotland, Green Party of England and Wales. Separate things.
It's a bit like how there wasn't a Scottish Tory party until the 1960s. For all the previous period before that, the Tory candidates in Scotland stood under the Unionist Party, but they took the Tory whip at Westminster. A bit like the Unionists.
This is the thing I forget sometimes, that the Conservatives, as we know them, the full name is the Conservative and Unionist Party. They are
that refers to the Unionists.
Is this a different lot of Unionists?
Yes, that refers to Irish Unionists, the Liberal Unionist Party, who were Liberal members of Parliament who were opposed to Irish Home Rule in the 1880s.
I've got a brain like a sieve, Callum.
They merged with the Conservative Party.
We've talked about this at some point.
In 1912.
It's just
No, to be fair, the whole Unionist thing kind of seems a bit irrelevant now. So just everyone just calls them the Conservative Party.
Well, in Scotland we do. In Scotland we do actually still refer to them as the Unionist Party from time to time.
Old habits. I guess like the being called the Tories here.
The staunch vote is not going to the Tories this time. I was speaking to someone who stays in Hamilton and Lark Hall, and the staunch vote is out for reform. staunch here meaning Rangers supporting British Unionists.
Well, to be honest with you, would we expect anything different from Rangers supporters?
No, to be honest. There was a great quote. There was a comedian went around interviewing candidates from each party. Never the leaders, just candidates from each party of the 6 big ones in Scotland. And he had this great remark where he said to the Reform candidate he was interviewing, you say education is failing in Scotland. Do you think that's why your polling numbers are so high?
Okay. By the way,
I like
Swiss,
that.
I saw on the BBC that apparently 30 million people have a right to vote in this local election.
30 million. Yeah. It's been quite a lot. There's a lot of areas that have been in contention. If you think of basically, all of Scotland, all of Wales, London, that accounts for quite a bit. Not to
5
mention
million.
Manchester,
but cities as
Lancashire,
well: Manchester, Birmingham,
Bradford,
Newcastle,
Sheffield.
Sunderland.
It's because it's taking place in all the big metro cities. That's why so many people are eligible to vote. It's in all the big metro areas.
Which is why it's going to be an extra bad time for Labour, because we were getting into this as well, just about in our areas where things were likely to go. And for where I am in the northeast, I live in North Tyneside, but I'm a stone's throw away from Newcastle, not that far away from I've been living here long enough. I say Newcastle now instead of Newcastle. That's how northern I've got. But I'm a stone's throw away from there, and Sunderland, and I've already sort of seen just anecdotally stuff that I've heard in local news, just all the feelers that I've got out that there's going to be serious reform inroads that are going to be made in some areas in Tyneside, definitely Sunderland. Greens, I feel as if maybe they've got a better chance around some of the areas in Newcastle, but it is that typical thing we've been speaking about for a long time now, the Labour vote being the sort of the working class, the right-wing elements over to Reform, middle class, university students, the progressives over to the Greens. That where I live, I think I will see that in sort of a microcosm. That's what I'm expecting.
I mean, is that really true though? Because I was listening to a lecture given by a couple of political scientists, an FT journalist and a Plaid Cymru MP. And they were saying that a lot of Reform's support comes from people who have not regularly voted Labour since UKIP was popular. That they might not have voted, or that they may have voted Labour a couple of times, but they wouldn't have voted for Labour in the 2010s. And that the traditional working class, that is the white working class of the post-industrial towns, kind of stopped meaningfully supporting Labour about 15 years ago or 10 years ago. And that, okay, yes, they might have turned out here and there to vote Labour, but if there wasn't this right-wing nationalist and kind of socially but not necessarily economically conservative thing like Reform, they just wouldn't have voted.
Yeah, that's a very valid point, and I absolutely agree that the Labour working class vote and that working class part of their base has been eroding for a very long time. But I feel what's that phrase? At first, bit by bit, and then all at once, or something along those lines. You know what I'm talking about. Yes. The comments, NA. I'll get to the comments. Don't you worry.
It's called When It Rains, Pause. But
it rains. No, there's a different. But anyway, go on. You go. Then I'll read some comments.
I think the point about that is worth being made is that while that may be true on the surface, it's worth taking into account the context of those changes, because since the 2005 general election, with the exception of the Corbyn years, specifically the 2017 general election, Labour's vote has been completely hollowed out since 2005. with the sole exception of 2017, Labour has not gotten above 35% of the vote in any general election since 2005, bar 2017. So when people say, "Oh, these Labour voters haven't voted Labour in like 15 years or so," it's worth noting that that is true, but these people did used to be the core vote of the Labour Party up until the Blair years, in particular up until 2005. So
Could I add to this
while
then
it
that there
is
might be
true,
a confluence of factors at play, that partly we could say, okay, some of these will be voters that indeed haven't voted Labour in a very long time, but maybe just would not have voted at all. But now reforms come along and maybe they're voting reform. Or indeed, once upon a time that would be the case and they weren't voting Labour, but because Labour still held on to its sort of like, progressives, left-wing flank, middle class, what have you, that would have held firm for them even with the absence of these other voters. But now that those people are drifting off to the Greens, it leaves them even more bare and exposed to the reality of the fact that a large bulk of their working class voters are likely to, well, they're once upon a time working class voters. I'm not talking about a flip from like the last election or 4 years ago, but going back a couple of decades, that they've moved over to a reform type direction.
It's basically a case where Labour's former working class vote that they used to rely upon to get them to win elections in the 20th century has basically been completely eroded away since 2005, with the exception of Corbyn in 2017. And so
you could maybe also argue a little bit in 2019, but he still lost he lost a fair share.
No, I wouldn't say 2019, because you saw the Red Wall when the north of England collapsed for Labour and go Tory, based on Boris Johnson, Brexit, level up, and all that jazz. So
and the electoral pact between Brexit Party and Tories.
And the Brexit Party, Tory Party pact. Yeah, that was another factor as well. But no, I think that, yes, it is true that these people haven't voted Labour in a very long time, but these were the voter base that Labour was known for and always associated with for at least the 20th century anyway. And Labour, since the Blair years, has basically lost that vote, and now they've shifted towards reform and other right-wing populist parties.
Guys, I'm going to jump quickly to the comments here, because I've had a few people going, hello.
I think you've got a few members support Swiss.
Yeah, well, yes, I'm jumping into that here. Where was I? So let's see. NA had joined and said, what have we discussed so far? At the time that you asked that, not a great deal. We were just sort of getting into things, welcoming Callum back after a long time and finding out what we'd all ate and drank for the day. Random quotes. That old chestnut. £2. Biden was never going to be Bernie. Captain Swiss. But beautiful quote. 2020.
Always gets added every stream.
Maybe someone's just like programmed a bot that just donates £2 to me every time I stream, and they've said, "Do that quote, never change it." I always appreciated random quotes, nonetheless. Apollo says, "Is the Northumberland rail line popular where you are, Swiss?" That's a question I've not really considered, to be honest with you. The rail line around here that I'm most familiar with is the Metro line that we have running around North Tyneside down to South Tyneside, Sunderland, all the way up to the airport as well. A lot of people shit on the Metro. Well, hang on. Let me rephrase that, because people are going to get the wrong idea. There is antisocial behaviour on the Metro. That doesn't necessarily mean defecation. A lot of people have bad things to say about the Metro, but at the same time, the Metro is also the sort of the lifeblood of public transport around here, and it's relied on quite a lot. I mentioned the Metro just to contrast with the fact that I hardly hear anyone talking about the Northumberland line, other than, I think, if I'm correct in it being the one that you're talking about, it's the one that they've recently opened an extension going up to Blythe. And that being the case, I think the general sentiment is it's good that that's happened. It also took too long to happen, but I've not heard much beyond that. Let me just jump through quickly, guys. I'll try and get to a few more of these. Leighton 742 could perhaps answer your question because they live in North Tyneside as well. And they've said, everything I've seen is quite a big swing to reform. Same on the other side of the water. Apollo says, Reform are definitely clawing 10% of Labour's 2024 votes. Sky Echo says, higher. NA reminded me of the comments. Skullman says it took longer for that base to erode in South Wales. And Frank has become a member of the channel. That's a thing you can do, guys. There's a little button somewhere you can click to be a member, and you get some nice little emojis to post and a little star next to your name, and you get to give me money. So everyone wins. Finally bit the bullet if you pardon the pun.
Tailored exclusively to members as well. That's another feature of membership.
You can also... What, sorry?
You can create videos specifically for members of YouTube channels.
Well, there we go.
They can see.
Well, Frank, if you want me to do a little sexy dance for you, just me and you, send me £20 and we'll see what can happen. Also adds, shit, I'm fucked. It's almost as if they knew that's what I was going to say. You know, I've just remembered 6 Thief and the Lib Dem clock. That was 3 fucking years ago. Oh.
What is that?
You remember the Lib Dem clock and 6 Thief from some local elections way back when Ed Davey was in front of a big blue clock and it was like, it's time to get rid of the Tories.
You mean all those stunts he used to do?
Yeah, you remember Ed Davey? He's still around, you know. I hear he's still leading the Lib Dems.
Yeah, me and Tom were talking about how much of a non-entity he has become in my stream.
There's another thing here. NA said, has it been mentioned that 1,300 ballot papers for postal votes, I think that was the number, feel free to check sources, weren't delivered in Wales? No, this is the first I've heard of it from you, NA. I don't know if any of you guys have heard anything on this.
I've heard about that, yeah. I think they did get delivered in the end, as far as I know, but it was very, very quick.
I think Josh Skullman has done a comment about that.
Yeah, it's just classic Royal Mail failure. Like, that's really what it is. Like, Royal Mail just being terrible, as per usual.
Yeah.
But speaking of clocks, because the Ed Davey clock was brought up, only today I created my own clock, which I would like to share with you guys.
Oh,
now,
I've seen this one.
You've seen the clock because I posted it in the group chat, but the viewers haven't seen it.
Chris, I think the comment Josh was saying was, let's see, in that to Nana, is it one of the Cardiff constituencies? I think the Royal Mail cock-up. That was the one. But yeah, sorry.
Yes, there we are. In one of the Cardiff constituencies, Royal Mail cock-up. Right, anyway. That's a nice little ditty, whoever's got that going.
That was my alarm, sorry, Swiss.
That's okay. Right, I'll screen share because I'm especially proud of this. This is my own little clock that I made. And it helps you tell the time in the Middle East, which is very useful, I'd say. So this is it's an analog clock, but it applies 24 hours round. And depending what time it is, either it's time for Donald Trump to destroy Iran, or it's time for Iran to come begging for a deal with Donald Trump. And this is all according to Trump. It's always one or two of those things that are about to happen. And we've seen it. It works in cycles, much like a regular clock that repeats the same hours over and over again. We've seen this over the course of at least the last month or so now. So have a little look. If you don't know what time it is, either it's time to destroy Iran or it's time to make a deal with Iran. It'll be one of the two. There we are. That's my little bit of a geopolitics commentary for you.
I'm going to be honest with you,
it's not even that entirely incorrect, because seemingly every few hours or so, he'll always come out and say some nonsense about how Iran's begging for a deal, and then he'll come out and say, I'm going to destroy Iran, send them back to the Stone Age.
We've destroyed all their nuclear capabilities. We can't let them get a bomb. We've destroyed all their capabilities, but we can't let them get a bomb.
I'd definitely say this in terms of what of the propaganda machine. I'd definitely say Iran is doing better than the US, especially those
the
Lego
way it
ones.
was
Those
basically
Lego
this.
videos are fire.
I
Have
think
you seen
I think
those?
the funny quote I heard about it is this sort of funny screenplay that was made about it between Trump and Netanyahu talking about Iran's nuclear program. Like Netanyahu will phone up Trump and he'll say, "Sir, they're about to go nuclear." Trump will then say, "How much time do we have?" Netanyahu says, "They're 2 weeks away." Trump says, "How 2 weeks away are they?" And then Netanyahu says, "Even more 2 weeks away than they were 5 years ago."
Like it. You know the doomsday clock that they invented a few decades back about how
Yeah.
close the world was to nuclear war, and they updated it with all the various crises and things that are going to fuck us over. But as they started moving it closer and closer to midnight, they had to start fractionalizing how much they changed it, because they changed it. They made it so close to midnight that instead of being able to move it by a minute or two at a time, they started having to move it by like 30 seconds and then 10 seconds. Is that where we're going to end up with Iran this close? Iran are 1 day and 5 hours away from a nuclear weapon, guys. For the third
Yeah,
time this month.
we'll have the doomsday clock, but it's for Iran. Where we're 20 seconds away from midnight. In doomsday clock, we're 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon, and then 3 weeks later, we're 1.5 week away from a nuclear weapon. Then 5 weeks later, we're back to 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon.
Can I quickly completely pivot and say Charlie Simmons has said apparently high turnout in Essex. Now, I'm a person who had the privilege of being born and raised in Essex for much of my young life, and I can say this high turnout. This is not a good sign if you don't want reform to be doing well in that part of the country. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that, Swift.
The way turnout works in elections these days is that if the turnout is high, Reform and the Greens win. If the turnout is low, the Labour-Tory pact wins. Also, Liberal Democrats, according to James, are feeling confident that they can win control of Stockport Council from no overall control. At the moment, Stockport Council's composition, provided I've got the right wiki page here, is made up of 30 Lib Dems, 19 Labour, 3 Community Association, which is residents groups, 3 Greens, 3 Heddled Green ratepayers, 1 Tory and 4 Independents. And the Herald Greens ratepayers is just an association group, pretty much. So if the Lib Dems are confident that they can win control from no overall control, then that is pretty bad news for Labour in that borough.
I'm sorry.
You know what? It might be a good idea actually if we do take a look at some individual councils that we think might be interesting.
At the moment,
like sort of bellwethers.
I think I saw Broxbourne live on BBC for a little bit, which is arguably the most right-wing part of Hertfordshire. So that might, who knows, we go reform.
Well, if there are some that you guys want me to take a look at, I can bring up the Wikipedias for the current council makeup. Of who's there, and then we'll see where we're going to turn.
Sure, but before that, Swiss, and one thing I just want to comment on, after seeing David Lammy a few times on, let's see, TV, it's kind of weird seeing him with grey white hair, and I'm just so used to remember him having black hair just a few years back.
Are you not going to allow the man to age gracefully? Poor Lammy. Poor Lammy. Dye your hair, Lammy. Hide your shame.
I know, it just feels like he's aged aged so quickly compared to nearly a decade ago.
Well, it's like when people become president of the United States, they age really quickly, and when David Lammy becomes David Lammy, he ages pretty quick as well. Why are we ripping on Lammy so much today, guys? It's a big
because
Lammy
he's the
fest.
deputy PM.
Is he? I
Deputy-
forgot that. I just remembered he was the foreign sec.
He's Deputy PM and Justice Minister.
He's not been Foreign Secretary for a year.
Look, okay. I'm not Mr. fucking David Lammy. I don't.
By the way, Swiss, I saw
Oh,
in Politics
I'm a-
UK.
I'm a
Uh,
fraud. I've
it's
been
embarrassing.
exposed as a fraud. I don't even
Okay.
know who David Lammy is. Go on.
By the way, I saw in Politics UK, they posted 2 hours ago saying Ed Miliband has privately told Keir Starmer and should consider setting out a timeline for his resignation after the local election results.
hold on, we
There
got
was
our
also-
first results.
Okay, right. Okay, right. We'll come back to that in a second. People are telling me to check Bullet. You've just said we've got our first result. That will be what is currently being posted in Bullet. Let's take a look into Bullet very quickly here, and I will screen share that result, and then we will do that. So 1 second. So our first results here, we have Park Ward in Ansdell and Fairhaven Council, and it's a Conservative hold. A Conservative hold, full result, Conservative 707, Greens 123, Independents 189, Labour 89, Reform 411. We don't have. It's a by-election, okay, and we don't have changed previous results there in this post.
Yeah, we don't. But from looking at that, Labour is rock bottom with 89 votes.
That's worth
The only
saying. Yeah,
one to
below
be double digits.
the Greens, 5th place below the Greens.
The only one with double digits, even the Independent got more.
Yeah, like so this pretty much sets the tone, because this reminds me of what happened in the last locals, where we had results like this that just showed Labour getting battered in those very early results, and you just saw they set the tone of what was to come, and they ended up being, well, as bad as we thought they were. So if that's what we're already seeing from one council ward, then that just pretty much sets the tone of what's coming moving forward. Dear God.
We are going to see the hairs on Lammy's head turn greyer and greyer as the evening progresses, as more of these shocking results for Labour come in, folks.
By the way, speaking of more predictions, or at least worries, Labour is worried that they may lose control of Thames. Well, they're not worried. They're going to lose control of Thameside Metropolitan Borough Council, but what they're worried about is Reform going to outright take the council, or is it going to go to no overall control? At the moment, Thameside's council is, well, I think that's how you say it anyway, but their makeup is 38 Labour, 7 Tories, 1 Reform, 10 Independents. So if they're worried that that's going to just go straight to Reform, when they've got such a commanding lead over that council, then yeah, and this
That's
is in Greater
indicative.
Manchester, by the way, as well. So yeah,
Can I
it's not
unpick?
right?
Can I pick up quickly on something John said a little bit earlier, which was about Miliband having said to Starmer that he should perhaps set out a timetable for resigning. I'd read that as well recently. What I've heard about it is that the reported conversation took place a couple of weeks ago, so it's not like super.
And
recent.
Miliband has denied it.
Miliband's team has said that's not an accurate representation.
An
blah,
interesting
blah, blah.
thing, apparently, which appears to be real and hasn't been denied yet, is that Andy Burnham has cancelled an appearance or some kind of function that he was going to tomorrow morning.
Why would
Yeah.
any leading Labour politician plan any function for the day after the locals?
Well, it might have been some minor mayoral function.
It was
You know, he
it
might
was
have
a
been
small
opening a
little
school.
event that was like it was called like the Festival of Children.
Yeah,
or some
like
kind of event like that.
Won't someone
waving the
please think of the
municipal
children?
flag.
Oh, so sorry, my mistake. So was this an event in his capacity as mayor of Manchester?
Yeah. Maybe like a ribbon cutting sort of thing.
Okay, right.
Yeah,
I
no.
understand.
It was like a scheduled municipal event. I think he was going to.
But instead, he's not going to go cut the ribbon, so he can go around some TV studios and tell.
Well, we
people
don't know what he's
something.
going to do. We don't even know if it's actually true that he's cancelled this thing. It's just that there is a report to say that Andy Burnham has effectively cleared his schedule tomorrow morning.
But we have established that David Lammy is the deputy PM and no longer Foreign Sec.
Yes.
Importantly,
Since the 5th of September, yeah.
That's fine. That's fine. As long as we're all on the same page with that one now.
I was also going to say that Scotland results, I was just going to give a quick description of what's going on up here.
Oh, please do. Please do.
Counting doesn't start until 9 o'clock, which is sad because I really wanted to watch like the absolute bloodbath at like 5 in the morning in a sweaty, school gym in Fort William or something. Although weirdly, the election, the actual result might still be decided in some sweaty gym hall in Inverness or Fort William or something at like 5 p.m. tomorrow, because of complicated things to do with the Lib Dems. Thing is, though, counting starts at 9. First results expected around lunchtime. Most results between kind of 1 and 5. With obviously the constituencies declaring first, and then the regional declarations later, because they can't declare the regional results until they have worked out the constituencies because of the mixed member system.
Okay, so what kind of time tomorrow can we?
I would say we would have an overall picture by like 6-7 p.m. tomorrow.
About 6-7 p.m. you say? Okay.
Yeah, sure. The point would be though that it wouldn't necessarily be the full picture, the full results, but it would be clear if the SNP had won enough constituencies either to get a majority or to be close.
Okay.
Because the SNP is so strong in the constituencies, and because of the way the D'Hondt system works, effectively the SNP are only competitive in the constituencies. Just like the Greens are largely only competitive in the lists. Same with Reform, really. They're only competitive regionally because neither of those, except maybe in 1 or 2 seats, neither the Greens or Reform have a concentrated enough vote share to win a seat.
Interesting.
Another thing I was going to say is the first result expected to declare is the borough of Airdrie, which is strongly Labour, was one of the few Labour seats they won in 2017, but is very economically deprived, has some staunch voters of the kind I referred to earlier, and is currently held by the SNP. There is a question of whether or not there would be so little transfer between SNP and Reform that if Reform was to do well, that would hurt Labour in the seats they're trying to win. And you could see a situation where John Curtis said this as well. The SNP could win this election on an incredibly low share of the vote while being extremely unpopular simply because no one else is capable of defeating them.
In other words, the SNP have taken a leaf out of Labour's playbook from the last general election.
No, you beat me to it this time. Yeah. So a loveless landslide, as the phrase has been termed.
No, of course, given their Scottish nationalism pride, they'll still treat it as a win.
Well, it depends. I guess what the arithmetic makes up. If they can make the case that actually enough proportion of the Scottish voters of either backs them or the Scottish Greens or whoever else wants independence, then they'll tally that up and say, "Oh, okay, if it's over half, this is indicative once more." I mean, Callum, you'll know better than I do about how much the independence question still plays on the ground in Scottish politics.
I mean, it exists. That's my main point. Would be that it's there. It does tend to mean is that if you really do believe in Scottish independence, you are relatively unlikely to vote for a party that is opposed to it. The kind of bifurcation of that position has been such that people who voted for independence in 2014 and voted for Labour in the immediately previous and immediately subsequent Scottish Parliament elections aren't themselves voting Labour anymore. If they still believe in independence, they won't be voting Labour now, even if they did in 2016. The other thing I think that is interesting about the SNP is, yeah, they might get a Loveless landslide, but this would be their 5th consecutive election win.
Oh yeah.
So
They've
it's
been
a
in
bit.
power for 19 years.
They basically have replaced. It's a bit like sort of Labour were in Wales, for example, that you just kind of
Labour
get one
won
party that
Wales for
repeatedly
6
dominates.
elections in a row, I believe.
I think the best way to describe it is the SNP, not in terms of policy or even outlook, but in terms of electoral performance, have basically taken on a role that is similar to that of Fidesz in Hungary, where basically Fidesz, up until this year, kept winning election after election in Hungary because the opposition to Orban and Fidesz was massively split, incoherent, and unable to rally behind anything and everything.
Yes, but what I was going to say was in university, we did a module about electoral politics and party systems, and we did a case study comparing Scotland with Japan and saying that the SNP and previously Labour, obviously Scotland has churn of these parties, almost like a mandate of heaven. But the point would be, though, that the Scottish political party on top, for the period at which it's on top, has a similar grasp of the political system as the LDP do in Japan.
Kind of, yeah.
Could I quickly, guys, read a couple of comments just about some different areas of the country here? Frank says, BBC reporting all 14 seats up for grabs in Basildon might go reform. Charlie mentioned Essex turnout is the level of a GE night, or at the very least that it's very high. Can I just say as well, again, Essex, I'm familiar with Basildon. I've been to Basildon many times. Basildon was the place that me and my friends went to on a Saturday to go hang around in skate parks and big Asda car parks and places ending in the word park, I suppose. Again, Basildon uniformly going reform does not surprise me. The vibe is there, the sort of the demographic is there. I can totally see that being the case. Yeah. Secondly, also, Apollo TD says Labour sources on the ground in the northeast of England suggesting Sunderland City Council goes to reform. We've touched on that one earlier. And Newcastle upon Tyne may be held as a minority by Labour. Vibes only, not based on votes. But again, as far as those vibes go, I think that's, yes, the right kind of ballpark.
But what I would say is, I'd say that Newcastle could probably be a little bit less than that, but yeah, I think that Sunderland will go reform, Newcastle no overall control, Greens being main opposition, I'd probably say.
Oh, by the way, Swiss, you said which councils you'd like to mention you would like to share on the thing. I'm curious to see what Stevenage will be, since I canvassed in that one.
Okay, let's take a look at Stevenage. And by the way, viewers, you can request your own councils as well. I can't promise I'll get to all of them, but request away. So Stevenage Council.
Frank said something that was quite interesting to know. He said that a party activist, didn't say what one it was, but said it nonetheless, in Blackburn, texts in, I'm welling up at my count, reform after reform after reform.
That's a lot of reform. That's going to be a theme of the night. So
if that ends up being true, then that is actually quite significant, because Blackburn is not the kind of area that you would expect reform to do well in. It's the type of area that you would expect the Green Party independents to do well in. So if reform are doing well there, and they do end up like wiping out Labour in Blackburn and even potentially taking control of the council, then I think that means that reform is being greatly underestimated by pollsters, and they will do incredibly well in these locals.
I guess the inverse of that thing I said earlier about the gut instinct of, well, this is what the projections are, so therefore Labour's got to do worse, probably makes enough sense to go, therefore Reform will end up doing better.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, the party activist was a Labour activist. Labour activist.
Oh, I see. Can I just mention? I've got Stevenage here for you, by the way. So Stevenage has 1/3 of their councillors up in each election cycle. The current composition is a Labour administration with 31 councillors, and then 6 Lib Dems, 1 Conservative, and 1 Reform UK in opposition. So that makes for a total of, so how many will be up? So 13 seats in Stevenage will be up for grabs this time then, if that's a third. Yeah, so probably Labour's not going to be deprived of a majority, I would imagine. But
even if they were, they would still be by far the largest party.
Yes.
Yeah,
So there's no imminent danger to Labour in Stevenage in terms of them, completely being lost as a presence on the council. But their saving grace probably is the fact that only a third of the seats are up for grabs. If they're all up for grabs, it could be a very different story.
I still don't get this thing where you have the 1/3 councillors up.
I think it's basically to just have more staggered elections. My council does this. They do it in thirds as well. Typically,
I think one way is just to get people to vote every year or something, because I think the way it works is that since councils are like, let's see, 4 years for a term for the councillor, let's see, and most wards would have 3. You'd have 3 years where you vote local council, and if you have like a county council, that would count as like the 4th extra year or something. So it's like you got like 1 election every 4 years or something. That's what I seem to think that's based off of.
Yeah, I think maybe it's just a way of increasing political engagement, perhaps. My council does it. The way that ours works is we have elections for 3 years, and then we have an off year, and then we're back to our 3-year cycle again, because we elect in thirds as well.
Do you think also, and I don't know if this is an intention of why we do it that way, but a con of it at least is it means the makeup of the council is not going to be affected. So like, say if it was all just 1 vote every 4 years or something, the wider sort of like country, even though it's the local elections, obviously national politics still affects it. It wouldn't be just one particular year's worth of things happening and news stories and all the rest of it that then set that council for the next 4 years. If it's a staggered approach, it means you get more of a averaging median kind of what do the voters actually think more of the time, rather than just a single snapshot, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
What I want to say quickly as well, guys, is Frank has requested East Sussex. Would be nice if possible. We will go there shortly.
Okay.
What I wanted to ask all of you guys is, NA had said, who had an election in their area and how did they vote? Who wants?
I had one in my
to go first
area.
on that one?
Yeah, I had one in my area. I think.
Oh, you're going quiet, Tom.
Oh, sorry. I had one in my area. I don't remember how I voted now. It's been a long day.
Had one in your area?
Okay, I said I had one in the area, but I don't remember how I voted because it's been a long day.
You don't remember how you voted? Interesting.
It has been a very, very long day.
Well, evidently, it's been a very, very long day.
Wow. Are you sure Tom? I think you sound like your voice.
Are you one of these? Are you one of these shy reform voters I've heard so much about?
No, not in a million years would I ever vote for those idiots.
Yeah, I think that's the same attitude my brother has. So granted, he's not. I don't think he voted for anyone at all.
There is 3 parties that I flat out refuse to vote for under any circumstance, and those are Tory, Labour, and Reform. I will never vote for those three parties under
So-
any circumstance.
So by process of elimination, then we can say that potentially you could have still voted for Galloway's Workers' Party,
They weren't on the ballot.
Heritage, Piers Corbyn running as an independent.
He doesn't live in Portsmouth.
All right, fair play. Let me. Okay, so you had an election in your area, but we do not know who.
Oh
voted
wait, no,
for.
now I remember. It was a spoiled ballot. Yeah, that's what I did.
Okay.
I spoiled it.
A spoiled ballot. Fair play. So Tom Williams
Put a tick
gave
in all the boxes. That's what I
you
did.
ticked all. So you ticked all the boxes and spoiled your ballot. John, did you have an election in your area? Did you vote? Oh no, you didn't, did you? You just went and
It's
campaigned.
why I canvassed in this Stevenage one, which I'll probably say for the Stevenage thing, even though I don't even if it's only a third, it's not going to lose its result because Labour, it's not going to move from like Labour to Reform because it's got such a large majority as people can see, and it's been in Stevenage. Labour's been in charge of that since the 70s. But I will say, if by somehow Labour loses all 13, I definitely say there will probably be a crisis that they'll have to look into next year because then they might actually lose the council for the first time and in maintaining it for over 50 years, which arguably is pretty impressive, despite the fact that because Stevenage is usually one of those seats that whichever party wins the election wins the seat in a large extent.
And I think certainly that you're right. Whatever happens in this election in Stevenage, even though it's only a third of it, it's very much going to be indicative of where things head over the next few elections. You know, if Labour get absolutely wiped this time round, then it's not going to look good for them in the future. I want to come to Callum. Callum, you had Scottish Parliament elections. Did you vote, sir? Do you wish to share how you voted?
Yes, well, I voted. I did mention it earlier. So we had two ballots, as I said, in the constituency for your local wanker, and then the list for your 7 regional wankers. So I voted in Cumbernauld, a heavily SNP area. Labour have come second to the SNP here since 2011. So there was really no point in voting for anyone competitive because that would involve voting for two parties I don't want to vote for. So I ended up voting Liberal because it was SNP, Labour, Liberal, Tory on the ballot, along with some random independent minor party guy who was standing under the Alliance to Liberate Scotland, which is Tommy Sheridan of the Scottish Socialist Party. It was his current electoral vehicle. He's been trying to get back into the Scottish Parliament since 2003. He continues to fail.
Wait, what? Why is he? What happened in 2003?
Oh, he was elected in 1999 as the Scottish Socialist Party, and then I think he lost his seat in 2003. Or if he didn't lose it in 2003, he lost it in 2007. But he has tried, I think, 3 or 4 times now, under different parties, to get back into the Scottish Parliament. He's like a perennial candidate whose weird electoral coalitions all focus around vaguely socialism and Scottish independence, Rhodesia solution, basically.
Is he sort of like a less effective George Galloway?
I'm
not saying super similar politics, but the person on the outside always trying to get back in.
Yeah, because he's not a Baathist.
No.
Whereas George Galloway, I think, is the only Baathist left.
Well, he admired Saddam Hussein's infatigability.
I'm not he's currently in China starting some kind of revolution in Xinjiang.
Apparently, George Galloway has become pro-independence for Scotland or something.
Oh, yeah, that's his latest grift that he's now in favour of.
Because he believes that the only way to revive Baathism is for Scotland to become an independent Islamic emirate.
Basically, what he wants is he wants Scotland because his best friend Bashar al-Assad doesn't rule over Syria anymore. He wants to have Scotland be independent and wants to create the Ba'athist Republic of Scotland based upon the ideas of Saddam Hussein and Hafez al-Assad.
Now, guys, I love talking about George Galloway and Saddam Hussein as much as the next guy. But I need to tell you how I voted in this election. Because
I can tell you about my other vote.
Oh, tell me about your other vote then. Go on.
So the regional list vote was about 2 feet long. That was that many parties. And for that, I voted for the Scottish Greens because Gillian Mackay, the co-leader of the Greens, is my Green MSP, and I'd like to see her stay in Parliament. I quite like her. She's been a good MSP these last 5 years. I know that sounds very boring, but like, I didn't vote on ideological grounds. I protest voted in the constituency, and I voted on the basis that I like the one regional MSP for that particular party.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So yours was Liberals, Greens, and Independent, a mixed bag.
No. There was only 2 votes, and I voted Liberal and Green. Oh,
okay.
I just wanted to mention there was a whack job on the constituency paper. There was multiple whack jobs on the regional list.
So I have elections in my area. I think I have one of those weird wards that has multiple members and different members are up for elections in different years. That's my only assumption because I feel like I've voted a lot in the last few years, more than a person ought to have if it was just once every few years or what have you. I wasn't obviously going to vote Reform or Tory. My remaining choices were Labour, the Lib Dems, the Greens, and an Independent. I have a feeling, I don't know for sure, but I have a feeling that the Independent is a former Tory who defected to become an Independent. And I didn't think her leaflet was very good. There was a lot of grammatical errors in it. I didn't like the tone. There was a suspect bar chart on the back of it. All of that put me off a little bit. And then I thought, this is the election where collectively we as a country are punishing Labour. How could I vote for Labour in the election where we will collectively punish Labour? When I want the outcome of this election to be, I want to see Labour do really badly. It makes no sense to vote Labour. I don't think Reform are at risk of taking my particular ward, so that's fine. So then that left me with the Greens and the Lib Dems. And I'll have you know, I chose to switch my brain off and opt out. I thought I don't know how to vote in this election, and when you don't know how to vote, there's only one reasonable thing to do, and that's to park your vote with the Liberal Democrats. Bank it with the Lib Dems. Opt out.
So you got milky on that ballot paper.
I got really milky. Lib Dems. It seems that in the 2020s, the Lib Dems has become my version of what in the 2010s was a spoilt ballot. Whereas the old Swiss used to draw a cock on his ballot paper, the new, more mature Swiss votes Lib Dem when he doesn't like any of the options.
I don't know if it's this exact same electoral law in England, but in Scotland, it doesn't matter what you put on your ballot paper. If your ballot paper expresses any explicit preference for, if the markings on the paper indicate a preference for a particular political party, it doesn't matter what you've done. That counts as a vote. There was a guy who wrote wank, 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 good guy, wank, wank on a ballot paper, and that counted as a vote for the Scottish Greens. There was another guy who drew a cock and balls and then a bit of cum, like spitting out, and the cum spat out specifically on the Scottish Tories, and that was a vote for the Scottish Tories. Apparently, it almost led to a fist fight between electoral agents.
Callum, I thought you've just reminded me. I thought about you earlier today you flashed in my mind really quickly, and then you just went out again. And I need to tell you why. Okay, I was streaming with Retro Gamer. And we were playing Pokemon, and we were playing Pokemon Crystal, and it's where you've got to name your rival. And the filler text for your rival before you name him is just question mark, question mark, question mark. And we'd said something like, "Oh, it eventually, maybe do exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark." And for whatever reason, that reminded me of the time about 5 years ago that you told me that in old Sherlock Holmes stories, there used to be things like Watson ejaculated when he would declare something all of a sudden, and that always stuck with me. And I very nearly said it in the stream earlier. So
Watson
there we are.
Watson once
Oh,
ejaculated
apologies.
on his wife
Twist,
from a second
twist.
story window.
Yeah, don't worry, John. Don't worry, John. I see it. I'm about to do it. I'm on it. But yeah. So Callum, just remember that whenever something makes me think of Watson ejaculating, it also makes me think of you.
Whenever you ejaculate, you think of me.
I didn't quite say that. Okay. Yes, we've got something. We've got something from Apollo TD. Oh, it's good to have you back, Callum. I've missed this. It's Apollo TD says Kirkham South in the Kirkham Town Council by-election results. Conservatives 241, 42.9 elected. Reform 204, 36.3. Greens 60, 10%. Labour 57, 10%. Labour in last again in this particular by-election.
Another obliteration of the Labour again, as per usual. This is going to be a theme of the night, like Labour just getting annihilated nationwide.
The result that came out in the last minute from Britain Elect.
Oh, what did it say?
Hutton South, Brentwood.
Oh, hang on, Brentwood. I know Brentwood.
Reform,
Brentwood's Essex, my friend.
Reform 40.7%.
Yeah.
Conservative 32.4%. Liberal 12.5%. Green 7.7%. Labour 6.8%. Now, I'll tell you the change. Reform up 40.7%. Tory down 30.4%. So it was a 60% Tory ward before. So it's like not that weird. Like Labour only lost 8.5% of the vote. But like I don't have the raw numbers, but I'd imagine that Labour is in 3 or 2 digits.
Wow. Yeah, I've got this up on the screen now as well. So yeah, so I agree. I think we are going to get a meme of the night being Labour in 5th or Labour in 4th or Labour in fucking dead last or wherever they're right.
In rock bottom 6th, basically.
I mean, it's still possible that if the Labour Party have a bad night in Scotland, they could come 4th.
Yeah, I was actually hearing from some mummers from like Labour activists in Scotland that they think they've come 3rd, but if there is an unexpected Green surge, they could potentially be knocked into 4th place.
It's one of those things where it could be like Reform, Labour, and the Greens are all hovering around 15 seats. Like pretty much, the election's a foregone conclusion. The SNP are going to win. They're going to form the next government, minority or majority. The point, though, would be those 3 parties are all really close to 2nd place. Labour and Reform are close to 2nd place. The Greens could mess it up and either move Labour to 4th, or Reform and Labour could be in the other position. So you could go Labour, Reform, Green, or Reform, Green, Labour, or Reform, Labour, Green. The point would be that no one quite knows what's going to happen, but it's clear that SNP wins, those 3 parties come 2nd, 3rd, 4th in whatever order, and then the Tories and Lib Dems are fighting for who comes last. However, the argument would go that the Tories might hold on to 1 or 2 constituencies, get basically nothing on the list, and then be in a situation where they are behind the Lib Dems because the Lib Dems get a couple of list seats here and there and improve on their constituency results. someone made a point that the leader of the Scottish Unionists, Scottish Tories, he is first on his list, but is unlikely to win his constituency. If another Tory MSP wins his constituency, the way the DeHont calculation does that then punishes the Tory vote, suppresses it. Basically, for every seat you win the constituency, the bar is raised higher. If the Tories do really badly, but win one seat in that region, the Tory leader would not win his seat. And then in Wales, Labour have already put in a contingency plan for the First Minister losing her seat.
Guys, given that we've had our first actual result come in from stuff that's taken place today, I want to power through a few comments and go to a couple of the councils that some of the viewers had asked us to look at before we get inundated with that trickle that turns into a flood of results. So
before you do that, Swiss, I just wanted to make a quick comment. I saw that on BBC that the Times is doing that Ed Miliband rumor thing of Starmer to stand down thing. So I don't know if that means it's legitimate or the Times is just becoming, let's see, fake news.
I mean, there might be a kernel of truth to it. There could be a conversation that took place between Miliband and Starmer about his future. It may just be that it was misreported, or Miliband just flat out wanted to deny it, or what have you. It's true that the Times reported on it at the very least.
We got a result that's come in from, I think it's inside.
This is exactly what I didn't want to happen. Go on. What's the result?
Chorley East, Reform gain from Labour, Reform on 40%, gain of 40%. Labour is on 35%, a drop of 36%. The Greens are on 15% plus 4. The Tories are 9%, down by 10, and the TUSC is gained 2%. Form gain from Labour, massive drop for Labour in an extremely safe seat.
And so what I was going to point out was quickly that does look like a direct transfer. That is not. It's more complicated than that. It might be a direct transfer, but the point is that when you see a party go up by a certain amount and another party go down by a certain amount, that doesn't necessarily mean that everyone who voted for Party A had previously voted for Party B.
You could have half the votes going to Party C, and then half of Party C's votes going to Party B, and it gets mixed up under the surface.
And again,
Labour voters not voting, Reform voters voting again for the first time.
Indeed. Right. Okay. I'm going to do some comments, guys, for the sake of our dear viewers. So where was I? We had asked, how did people vote? Did they have elections in their areas, and how did they vote? I had it a second ago. Oh, Pete. All right. Yes. Boo. Never go Lib Dem. Swiss went full Lib Dem. Yes, I know. It's a very bad pattern occurring here, isn't it? Both a general election and a local election now. We had. Where was it? I've lost my comments. Right, here we are. Leighton said voted Green here in North Tyneside. Skullman had said Senedd election here. I voted Plaid. I think a little bit later on we had where was Frank? Frank had something to say for us. I honestly would have tactically voted Tory. They're generally good at running councils here, and Reform are getting big here. And the Lib Dem admin has been, since 2023, has been awful and a lot of infighting. I wanted to. Oh, and NA had also said, thanks for sharing your votes. Did Cooper say his? I'm guessing Labour. John had said that he didn't have one in his area, but he did go canvassing for Labour in some other areas. Now, I just wanted to come to two councils that people had asked us to look at. One of them was Hackney, and the other, I'm just trying to find where it was. I think somewhere Sussex, East Sussex.
Hackney are localists, aren't they?
I don't know much about Hackney, to be honest with you.
I thought Hackney is run by, is it the Advance Party? No. That's one of those right wing
Not-
ones, isn't
Yeah, I was going to say not the Advanced Party.
it? Hackney Council.
Hang on.
is-
I've got East Sussex up here. Can we do this one quickly before we get too deep
Sure.
into Hackney?
Yeah,
Right.
East
So East Sussex, what's the current makeup of this one? We've got 50 councillors. Tories is the largest party with 22. The other parties 28. Lib Dems 11. Greens 6. Labour 5. Reform 2. Independents 4. Quite a spread. Elections are, is it whole councils? Is it a third of the council? What is it
Basically,
gonna
from what I
say
can tell from that council, the Conservatives are running a minority administration because the opposition is so split between the other parties that they're able to get stuff done, at the very least.
This council, by the way, is one who had their elections in 2025 postponed, but are now having elections this year.
Sorry, I was thinking of Tower Hamlets and the Aspire Party.
Yes.
The localists there.
You know what? I saw that when I was looking at the mayoral races that are taking place yesterday. There are 5 in London and 1 in Watford, which is basically London. And Aspire was there as that's their current mayor in Tower Hamlets as well. They've got an Aspire mayor. So just quickly on East Sussex, for the person who wanted us to look at this one. Again, I don't know how much of East Sussex is running in this one. I can't see where it says, but on the basis of what things look like here, I think no overall control is a safe bet, whatever way you want to slice it. Probably,
Yeah,
whether
I
it's a
think
bit of it up
probably
for grabs
will
or
be-
all of it.
It probably
East
will be
Sussex
no overall
County
control.
Council is all 50 seats.
Oh, thank you. All 50
It's
seats. Okay.
It is a county council still, although it's moving towards being, because basically it's been agreed in England that all local authorities are going to shift from 2-tier to unitary, because basically the local authority system in England has been kind of overly complicated since the 1970s, and they've decided they're going to create a uniform system where you have cities and then the boroughs within those cities. Then you're going to have counties, which will be, most of the county will be one unitary authority, and then any large towns or cities within those counties will have their own council.
That's what they're moving to, is it?
Yes, this will be done over the next 10 years. Next 4 years. The idea is they want to have a system where England has a single level of local government outside of cities, and then a regional mayoral system and borough councils by 2030. This is what will happen in Scotland. Scotland had a 2-tier system until 1974, and then from 1974 to 1995, we had large regions that had broad devolved powers, and then local authorities that actually did most of the day-to-day stuff, which were boroughs or districts. Then in 1995, everything was uniformed, and Scotland has 32 single-tier councils. And Scotland has never had mayors. The concept of a mayor doesn't exist in Scotland.
You've given me a perfect segue, Callum, because speaking of mayors, I've got Hackney over here. And Hackney, I think, has both a mayoral election and a council election coming up. And it was requested by the dear viewers. Labour administration, 57 councillors altogether. Labour currently have 43 of them, and a bit of a mix as far as the other parties go. I think it's going to end up no overall control. I think Labour are going to lose control of Hackney. Just given just the mood music, just given what I'm expecting of Labour losses, just given that it's a London area, there's probably going to be lots of either little parties or independents or Greens or whatever that just take it. I think Labour's losing control of
You know,
this one.
I
Yeah.
think I've seen in New Statesman, at least, they think that Hackney is the most guaranteed one to go to Greens. In fact, I think I saw a video for there's a while back that talked about some Labour canvassers for the first time in certain strong heartland places where they always voted Labour, started only canvassing like a week before the locals.
Am I being too conservative here? Because there's been a couple of councils now that I've said no overall control instead of Reform taking it, or no overall control instead of the Greens taking it. When earlier on I'd said I should be expecting the mood music of the night being really bad times for Labour, big shifts towards Greens and Reform. So am I wrong to instinctively be saying no overall control? Am I playing by the old rule book there? Should I instead be saying actually probably the Greens will? Well, I mean, given you just said they think it will be the ones that the Greens take the most, that just made me think I might be a little bit off here. I might be lowering my expectations of how much things could change here tonight.
Well, to be fair, I think as Tom would describe, the New Statesman is not exactly the most credible journalist groups and predictions, but
well, at least it wasn't the Sun.
Yeah,
but, give it that much.
I think it really depends on the area, Swiss. I think some areas will be predictable, but others will be completely unpredictable.
I've got James Fielding here twice, by the way. Mr. Fielding, on whichever device you. Oh, I've got you once again. Hello.
Oh, so hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you indeed. Nice to have you with us.
Oh, hi. Are we all enjoying the wonderful election night?
I mean, we're on the edge of our seats, James. We cannot wait for more beautiful results. I want to ask you quickly, just given that I've got you here with us now, Mr. Fielding. You hail from Manchester or somewhere near it, don't you?
Yeah.
Doesn't support Andy Burnham. Sorry, go
on. I live in the council of Trafford, which is in Greater Manchester. Yeah, which is currently a Labour council, and I think will remain a Labour council because they've got a big majority on it. So even if you lose all the seats at the holding, they'll still remain in control.
That was going to be my follow-up question.
Councils.
So Trafford Council are they voting today? Is it a whole council voting or a part of the council voting?
Sorry, I just marked myself. It's in thirds.
In thirds.
So
right.
Yeah.
So that makes sense what you said then. So even if Labour lose everything, they won't lose the whole shebang.
Yeah, it's similar to what's happened in Chorley, basically, where Labour is probably going to lose most, if not all, of what they have up for election in Chorley, but they're going to retain control of Chorley Council because their majority's so big, and they've got only a third of the council up for election.
And is it worth me asking you how
that's UK has already called Chorley for Labour
on the ball
simply because they can't lose?
Yeah, pretty much. It's just not possible for them to lose because even if they lose all their seats, their majority, so that they won't.
Also, people have already been joking about Andy Burnham doing a Prigozhin convoy to London.
Can I just say, comment of the stream so far, guys, is Retro Gamer here with Chorley not. Mr. Fielding, am I right to assume that you voted for the Lib Dems in this election?
No, I did not.
What?
I no. So basically, my council has over the past 2 years raised council tax by 7.5% each year.
You voted Reform?
Which is no. I voted a Conservative this time.
You've gone back to Team Blue.
He's become a Tory again.
We've come full circle, James, from the Theresa May
Well,
days.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, it wasn't that it's like a ringing endorsement for the National Conservative Party. It was more just that on the council, the Lib Dems and the Greens and the Labour Council all voted for 7.5% rise in council tax last year and this year. So it's 15% over 2 years. And I just thought, well, the Lib Dems are going to back the Labour Council to do that, then what's the point of giving them my endorsement? So then I was left between Reform, the Conservatives, and Advance UK. So then it sort of became an easy choice then.
I can see why you went for the lesser of the three evils.
Yeah, so that was the reason for it. I mean, it's a local election, and I know people do vote on national basis, and well, the Reform campaign's basically been it's basically been a referendum on Keir Starmer. But you generally should vote on local issues at local elections.
I think the Reform slogan for this election can basically just be summed up as Starmer out. Like, that's what Reform's slogan has basically been.
Also, we have 2 results that we haven't talked about yet.
Oh right,
yeah.
hang on then.
Little Haddam and the Pelhams, East Hertfordshire, and Mendip Hills, Somerset.
Right, let me bring these up and share them then.
By the way,
do you want to do the East Hertfordshire one? I'm
If
going to
you go
share
to
that on
Britain
the screen now.
Elects, they're in order.
Yes. Yeah, I'm screen sharing here. Okay, so hello, Pterodax. How are you doing?
I'm fine. I'm just getting settled in for the night, and I voted quite early today at 8 a.m. I used all 3 of my votes to vote for the Greens.
Hey, fair play,
Yeah.
sir. Will you bear with me one moment? I'll just read out these results and then we'll bring you into the fold as well. So Little Haddam and the Pelhams in East Hertfordshire council election. The Conservatives 36% down 14, Reform 28% up from nothing, Greens 13 down slightly, Labour up a little bit. That bucks the trend. We've not seen that for Labour. And the Lib Dems, the Lib Dems down quite a bit, down nearly 15 points on where they were, and that's a Conservative hold. And then what was our other one that we had here? It was let me just get it here.
It was Mendip Hills and Somerset.
Mendip Hills, Somerset. Thank you. Mendip Hills, Somerset. The Lib Dems, so the Lib Dems held it down slightly, but still over 40% of the vote. Reform making an inroads with a quarter of the vote there. The Tories vote 19%, cut in half from where they were before. Greens up nearly 10% from nowhere. And oh my goodness, Labour 1.7% of the vote.
And a 15% drop, yeah. And speaking of Labour woes, Dan has said in the chat that the BBC is reporting from Labour sources that they've lost every single seat that they're defending in Thameside.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Can we call it a bloodbath? Is that Angela Rayner's stomping grounds?
No.
It is, yeah.
Oh, it is. Okay, yeah.
Well, it covers 3 seats. It covers Stalybridge and Hyde, Ashton-under-Lyne, which is Angela Rayner's seat, and Gorton and Denton. Well, part of Gorton and Denton.
Which but yeah.
Yeah, which had the by-election a few weeks ago.
Sorry, I apologise. I've had a few people in the chat asking me to turn James's mic down a little bit or turn everyone else's up a little bit. James, talk to me again now, will you?
Is that any better?
I think it might be better. Is that better overall, guys? I apologise.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, the only one that has real serious mic issues is me. It's quiet.
I've turned. Where are you on the mic? Have I turned you up relatively as high as you can go here? Yeah. Oh, I have. Yes, you're on maximum now. Yeah. Is that any better? Skullman says that's good, and Sky7 says nope. The room is split.
It's fine. It's fine for me, I'd say. Doesn't feel like an issue for me.
Oh, that the chairman of Reform is now in the BBC. He was over at LBC at about 10 o'clock. And I've got to say, he is a capital C cunt.
He looks like a dodgy real estate salesman.
Well, he supposedly is a trained and qualified medical doctor.
As opposed to one of those non-medical doctors.
So he's
doctor, real doctors.
Doctor. So he's a witch
real
doctor.
Doctors don't do medicine, obviously. Real doctors have PhDs.
Oh, by the way, in news that's not related to politics, but nevertheless interesting news nonetheless. As of 30 minutes ago, David Attenborough is officially 100 years old.
Well, no, it's just the
Congratulations
day
to
of
him.
his birthday. We need to see the birth certificate to know when he was born.
Oh, don't turn into an
I can
Attenborough
tell you that I was born at 24 minutes past 3 in the morning. So I only become the next year up at 24 minutes past 3 in the morning.
Well, maybe
Quarter to
Attenborough
3
was
for
born
me.
1 minute past midnight.
One can only hope.
By the way, I've got we're finally full up in the stream. I've now got Retro Gamer waiting in the wings. This is not any pressure on any of you guys to drop out. I'm just making you aware of that. And over the course of tonight, I will be cycling people in and out gradually if we've got a lot of demand to be on the stream. But at the moment, all of you are absolutely fine. But just at some point, I will seek to bring Retro Gamer in.
Well, I won't be here for more than another hour or two. I'm not staying up all night.
I'll be popping off now. I was just wanting to say hello and how I voted. So I might pop in later, but see you then.
Okay, well, no worries, Terry. As I said, I wasn't saying anyone had to leave now, but if that's what you want to do, that's absolutely fine.
It's no problem.
All right, I appreciate you coming in to let us know how you voted anyway.
See.
All right.
If you're streaming tomorrow afternoon, I will be there for some Scottish commentary.
I will no doubt be streaming at some point tomorrow, I imagine. Can I just say hello to Retro Gamer? Retro Gamer, welcome. You've kicked Pterodax out. I hope you're pleased with yourself.
Oh no! Hi everyone. I hope I didn't kick anyone out. I just said in the chat that I'm just watching on my laptop, sitting in the studio watching, and I don't want anyone to feel like they have to leave. But happy to be here and happy to give way if anyone else wants to join as well.
No worries. I was only teasing anyway. So, guys, this is your first time speaking to Retro Gamer. I've chatted to him a couple of times, but he's been a long-time viewer of the channel. Pops up in the comments quite a bit as well. Retro, did you have an election in your area today?
I'm a bit confused about that because me and my partner think no, but when I AI'd it, it said the Windsor and Maidenhead are up for election on the 7th and 8th of May. So, according to AI, yes, but I haven't looked into it properly. But I haven't had any
postal. Because you usually do if you have an election.
Yeah, that's why I think no. We didn't get anything to the door. So, as far as I know, it's not up for grabs.
I've just brought up here the makeup of Windsor. Oh wow, you've got a lot going on in Windsor and Maidenhead.
We are Theresa May territory.
Nope, there was no elections in that area, either in Windsor and Maidenhead nor in Berkshire County Council.
No, we were Theresa May for a long time, and Lib Dems recently took over.
By the way, when I saw the purple, I thought to myself, "Wait, is that UKIP?" But no, it's not UKIP.
There's a group called the Flood Prevention.
We are the Thames.
I love that. I've heard of single issue parties before. One for preventing floods. That's wonderful. All right then. Well, I can leave that one then if there's not any elections in your area at the moment. Can I ask you this as a hypothetical? Were there an election in your area? How do you feel you may have voted? If you wish to share that.
I mean, when we spoke, and I still am, in terms of over the whole country, I'd be all over the place in terms of who I vote for. But traditionally, Conservative / Reform when they've existed. Right now, I would think locally reform. The reason I'd say that, and it's pretty much the same as what everyone else is telling me, not just in Maidenhead, but people who are traditionally, say, Labour or staunch Conservatives. It doesn't matter what wing they come from, but they tend to tell me they're going reform, and the main reason is a lot of the talk, and we don't know if it will happen because it is all talk. But it's not just a Starmer. I think someone mentioned, or quite a few mentioned, that it's kind of like a Starmer out campaign. But they're heavily focusing on things like local expenditure, and they've forced certain boroughs or certain councils to release their spending, or what they're spending the money on, to make it public. So what's it called? Freedom of information requests. And they're actually emailing them out to, and I actually get some of these emails too. They email out all the results, and those who refuse to publish the results, they take them to court. And many they've successfully beaten and forced them to release what they spend money on. And they've won some. This isn't why I think I would vote for them, but they've won some favour because of the people who are sort of anti-immigration, like the fact that they've been forced to publish how much money they're spending on hotels, and that all that was in the news relatively recently. But other stuff is just mainly, and from my point of view, the inefficiency of the spending. Like they're spending money on things that need to be spent on, or too much money on too many companies doing the same job, and too many bureaucrats. And there's talk of this UK Doge and all that. And I'm not necessarily for that, but I am for spending money in the right place, especially when we've had these, I think many of us, not just Windsor and Maidenhead, someone touched on this earlier in your stream actually, the increases in taxes. I think it was a Lib Dem place that did that to someone else, but we're Lib Dems at the moment, and we've had 2 massive tax hikes. I don't know if that was a nationwide thing, but at least in Maidenhead, our taxes have gone through the roof and people aren't happy with it. So I think that's the reason why reform is surging in popularity, but I've got no idea what predictions are like for when we can vote.
As a bureaucrat, I resent that accusation.
Yeah. Yeah, fair enough.
Can I just say then? So to get a rundown of our stream as it goes, we had Pterodax voting Green. I myself voted Lib Dem, despite not being especially passionate about the Lib Dem. The Lib Dem that we have in the stream did not vote Lib Dem, but voted Tory. We had a Labour canvasser who could not vote for Labour, but nonetheless went and supported them. We've had someone who could not vote for reform, but would have voted for reform. And we had Tom, who spoiled his ballot.
And me, who voted Liberal and Green.
And you, who voted Liberal and Green as well. So we've got a healthy mix of
perfect spread.
Yeah, we've got representation for everyone.
That's
here
real
in terms of
democracy.
how we voted or would have voted. Pat yourselves on the back, guys. We are the political spectrum
basically
here today.
means that this basically means I'm sort of the odd one out here because I did not vote for any party at all.
Oh, you're an important part of the mix as well. Think about all those non-voters and spoiled ballots. Someone needs to represent them.
You're the truly disaffected voter. You are the median voter in that you don't actually believe in anything. Or if you do believe in something, it is not represented by any political party.
Well, the funny thing actually is,
like Keir Starmer.
Elections typically, if you look at how elections typically go, I think I'm actually, pretty much I am now the median voter, because the average voter doesn't vote in either a general election or a local election. So yeah, that basically puts me as like the thorough middle person now.
Apollo has said, "I'm a Restore member now, but voted for former." Apollo, every time I check in with you, you drift further and further from God. Do you know that? I love you. Don't get me wrong. I love you, Apollo. But where does it end? That's what I want to know.
As we all know,
does it end with Advance in a few months' time?
As we all know, God votes for the Bruv party led by Andrew Tate.
As we know, God wants a Conservative majority government with a strong Labour opposition.
Well, no, only the English God believes that.
Only the English God, yes. Yeah. But you know, Church of England God. That's what Church of England God wants to see.
We also have somebody in the chat as well. Well, not in this speaking one, but in the actual writing chat. Somebody who's also a member of the Corpse Party.
Oh, tell me about the Corpse Party.
Well, as in Corbyn's party.
Oh,
I,
Your
I
party
thought-
Marxist-Leninist.
I thought it was
Yes.
some acronym for some kind of a Tusk Socialist Workers, blah, blah, blah. But in a way, it kind of is. It's just the Corbyn wing of that. Okay.
No,
I believe
We had someone-
it's Josh that's a member of your party.
Yeah, it's officially called Your Party, but I categorically refuse to call it that but under any circumstances because it is the worst name of a political party that I have ever seen in my life. Like, you know how you get, like, in games or on, like, official documents, you'll get, like, randomly generated name. So if you, like, press the little dice icon, it just randomly generates a name for you. Or the set name, like the default name of something. That is basically what the Corbyn Party is. Like, it's an awful name for a political party. It's generic. It doesn't mean anything. It's stupid. So I
Okay,
My
well,
favourite part of the Your
We-
Parties thing was the entire board of U Party in Scotland resigned and refused to contest the election because Jeremy Corbyn didn't give his opinion on Scottish independence, and they wanted him to be in support of it, and because he didn't say anything, he just wasn't really bothered to answer. They just said, well, fuck it.
Well, we've had the Flood
Corbyn
Defence Party, of
Dithering
course.
on an issue.
But hold on. I think it was not because he didn't say opinions on like voting on like independence, but I think it's more because he blocked. I think like some sort of like group from voting or members from joining the your party.
Yeah,
I have a
basically,
result, by
your
the way.
party couldn't resolve a pro-independence stance in Scotland, and all the people who were ostensibly in charge of your party in Scotland, all 5 of them, or whatever, decided, well, we won't have a political party because, or we'll go and make our own political party with blackjack and
Blackjack
hookers.
and
But the
hookers.
problem is they did that in late April.
Guys,
we've had,
quickly, we have a
results in-
result. Yeah,
Oh, go
yes,
on.
I've got one here, and this is a biggie. Ditton, Hale Village, and Hale Bank in Holton. Yes, are you ready for this one, boys and girls? So, Reform, 53% of the vote.
Blimey.
From zero, from nothing, they've come up with 53% of the vote. Labour, 29% of the vote, down 50% of the vote.
Well, that's where Reform's voter from.
The Greens, nothing, up from nothing on 12%, and the Conservatives down nearly 15% on 5%. Wow.
Can I just say something on that, Swiss?
Go for it.
There was a an earlier vote before, I think from Chorley, which had basically, it was a direct switch from Labour to Reform on a similar scale to that result just there.
Yeah, it was when
I think
37%.
I think from the story of the night will be that, I mean, it's only, I think we've only had like 5 or 6 results, but the story of the night seems to be in the north, and I think this seat is near Runcorn, which Reform gained in the by-election last year. The story seems to be that the direct switches from Labour to Reform, where a lot of pollsters at the moment are sort of saying that Labour are losing a lot of their vote to the left, i.e. the Greens.
Green.
Which, I mean, the Greens have gained 12% in this seat, so there has been a bit of a switch. But I think it'll be the story of the night will be in the north, Labour are losing to Reform. In the south, they're losing to the Greens. When we get seats from London and probably major cities like Manchester and Birmingham.
I actually thought that makes
That
most
makes
sense.
sense. Yeah.
That Reform,
Yeah, that's
Reform, I would have thought would take most of their votes from Labour, and there's some people think that actually they're a right wing party. They are a right wing party, but they're going to take most of their votes from the Conservatives. But actually, it's more about the working man. I think who tends to be a Labour voter. They tend to be swarming to Reform, and I think that's where Labour are losing or going to lose most of their votes.
Wait, what? I mean, wait.
Again, we don't
Reform's-
actually know that that's true.
We don't know that yet, but that's just what we. Well, what I'm hearing,
you'd actually have to do kind of like a quantitative study that, yeah,
No,
okay, you can
to
get the
be
results,
fair,
but like because of the secret ballot, you don't actually know that that's
no,
the case.
polling's the where they got that from. It's not just like something I've just heard from people, but if you do a search, I'm sure it will come up with reasons why. Or
but I thought that was like obvious though. Like I thought it was
Yeah.
obvious that people knew that in the north of England, Labour was having a direct transfer of their vote to Reform.
yeah,
Like I
I think
thought
so.
it was like the common sense position that people just knew.
Yeah, because the idea is that they hope Reform will just be will pursue what they think Labour should be pursuing in terms of like local politics, while also being more common sense. It'll be interesting to see if that does actually happen, because presumably a lot of these Reform candidates are
nut
actually
jobs.
drawn from their local areas.
Dan
Can I,
says refresh Britain elects. What's happened now?
Oh, right. Okay. Can I do a couple comments quickly, because I'm falling behind with that, and then we'll do our next result. So, after our discussions about Apollo TD's current voting record, where I'd said he strays further from God every time I hear from him, he replied, "God is English," to which Frank replied, "Dan," in all capital letters. Then we had a comment further down. We've had continual increases in actual slavery in this country over the past several decades. The torture, rape, and I can't make out what that other thing is meant to be, being one example. Apparently carrying out this means we've strayed from God. And that is from God's own prototype. So I think he'd know one way or the other. God's own prototype, I'm not saying caring about those issues means you strayed from God. I think I was being a little bit tongue-in-cheek to my friend Dan there. I was saying that in the time that I've known him, he's drifted to further and further right-wing parties as I've known. That's simply all. What is the next result we want to see, guys? Have we got one on Britain elect or election maps? Is that where we're headed? I'm just looking here. Another Holton one?
Mm.
There's been 3 Holton results in the last 5 minutes. 4 in the 3 in the last 5 minutes.
Okay, right. So Holton, Lee and Holton, Reform 45%, up from nothing. Labour, oh, it's another bad one for them. 32%, down a stonking 43%. Greens 18%, up 11. Conservatives nowhere, down from also nowhere. This is a recurring pattern here we're seeing in Holton now. Big Labour losses, big Reform gains.
To be fair, it won't just be in Holton. It'll be across the country, mainly in the north of England.
I was reading about political shift. Sorry, Swiss. We were just talking about the Reform switching, and how do we know it's to working class votes? And the real answer was we don't actually know. But what I've read here seems to support polling data, which I suspected, but also voter switching research, whatever that may mean. I don't know what the actual research is, but it says that working class voters are 50% more likely to switch to Reform. To Reform than to Labour if they leave the Conservative Party. So there is a lot of substantial research supporting that.
I could certainly imagine that if you were a working class Tory voter and you left the Tories, what direction would you end up going? It makes sense to me that you wouldn't be flipping Labour in this day and age.
What would be interesting to see is if Reform sticks around, like Reform as a political unit is kind of emerged over the last couple of years. If it sticks, will the bulk of the party continue down, kind of the route that they are now? Basically saying, right, we are foursquare behind Farage. He is the eternal president, the general secretary and all that. Or will the character of Reform, its policies, and its general kind of appearance in the media change?
That's an interesting question, and I feel that one version of that question being answered has been the split with Rupert Lowe and the establishment of Restore, which was that there was a big personality difference within Reform, and ultimately the person up against Farage went off and did his own right-wing party with Blackjack and Hookers, and Reform remains the Farage heavy. I mean, yes, they've got more heavy hitters now. They've got their generics and they've got their other people, but it's still very much the Farage branded party. And I have a feeling that it will continue to be the Farage branded party. I think Farage still is a lot of Reform at the moment. That's my take on it.
The way I see it, I think the moment Farage is gone from Reform Party will eventually collapse. It might still exist, but it'll never be under the level of popularity it is under Nigel Farage.
Yeah, when Farage dies of a heart attack in his early 70s.
By the way, I think it's worth noting the results of what's happened in Halton, because Halton is located within Merseyside, which is Liverpool, which is like the heart of the Labour Party. Like, this is a place where they should just like never lose any support ever, and they're getting wiped out there. Like, they're losing 45 to 50% of the vote in Halton, and if that is what's happening in,
I hadn't realised it was
the Labour Party. I
hadn't realised it was near Liverpool. It's
in Merseyside, near
another
Liverpool.
Brentwood result.
Well, let me guess. Is it Reform?
No, Liberal Democrats hold.
Oh, okay.
But it's interesting. It's a collapse in the Tories, a collapse in the Liberal Democrats, rise in Reform. Labour again, also way, deposit losing. I don't know what the situation is in England when it comes to like local election deposits. Do they have them, or are they smaller?
I don't
I think in Scotland, a local council deposits £150. But we also have proportional representation in our councils, so I don't know.
Oh, by the way,
I don't actually know the answer to that off the top of my head. I would like to share one thing with you guys quickly, because I find this is quite indicative of where we are so far. And of course, usual caveats, very early in the night, very few results, etc., etc. But nonetheless, as far as the little BBC ticker that we've got going here goes, it says Reform 8, up 8, Labour 1, down 8, Lib Dems 1, up 1, Greens 1, up 1, Conservatives 0, down 2. Take all of that in for a moment. That's quite stark, what we've got here so far.
There's been more as well. Chorley Southwest has been a green gain from Labour. Labour's dropped by 32% in there, and Reform's got 40%, up by 7.
One thing I'll probably say about that, Liverpool, a local area, if you will. I think if Labour ever loses Liverpool, you think it'd be going to more progressive parties rather than Reform. But
I think it may be. It depends upon where it is. Like in the case of Halton, it's located in Merseyside rather than Liverpool City itself.
Okay.
And Merseyside is the kind of place that I would expect that if Labour did collapse, then Reform would be the beneficiaries of that. Whereas in Liverpool City, it would be the Greens.
I wonder if we would ever see the revival of that very kind of entrenched continuity Liberal Party in Liverpool.
Oh yeah, that Liberal Party that's still.
I think they are actually the continuity Liberal Party. Like those were the Liberals who refused to ever merge with the Social Democrats. A bit like how the Social Democratic Party and David Owen are still the continuity Social Democratic Party. They just never joined the Lib Dems.
Wasn't that like a separate thing where where he did his own SDPP and then they ran for a few general elections and then it became a new SDP party.
Well, my understanding was that the SDP never ceased to exist because David Owen was still there in the House of Lords. Like,
Well,
yeah, there might not have been a party base, but there was still a party affiliation structure. There was still an SDP, even if the only member was David Owen.
let me just take a look.
Just quickly, Apollo's
from what
added, I think we're on track for Labour losses of 1,800 rather than 1,500. Sorry, carry on.
Callum, from my understanding, there's 3 versions of the SDP party. There's the 1981 one, which is the most famous
The Gang
one.
of Four one, yeah.
Yeah. And then there's the 1988, which dissolved in 1990. And the current one is the 1990 present party. So there's 3 different SDP parties.
Right.
Yeah. The one with David
So
Owen.
there was just enough of a break in 1989-90 and then 1990-1998 onwards.
Yeah, I think the one that was led by David Owen was both social liberalism and social democracy, while the current one is, let's see, in terms of economics,
Well,
socially left wing, and socially it's
the Blue Labour Party.
Yeah.
But the thing about the SDP is, like, I think the thing about it is the people who founded that SDP that still exists now were themselves SDP members in the 1990s or 1980s. The idea is that, like, there is a continuity there, even if the party kind of came in and out of registration. Like, what I'm trying to say is that these political parties...
NA wanted me to read some of their quote just on what we said about Merseyside and Liverpool quickly. Liverpool are in Merseyside, but there are plenty of areas a good while outside that are no way classed as Liverpool. Yes, the Greens are most likely to gain from Labour in most of Merseyside. The Liberal Party do have council seats in Liverpool.
Labour have now won Halton Council.
Well, hold it, yeah.
Well, held, yeah, as in they can't lose it now.
Right, guys. I'm just slipping off to grab another drink. If you'll keep things going for me for a moment.
Okay. Well, Frank is telling me that Conservatives gain from Reform UK in Hertfordshire, John. It's a by-election.
Yeah, it's one of those by-elections. It's not part of the current cohort seats that are Labour.
Still, it's kind of interesting that the Conservatives are beating Reform in some areas in Hertfordshire.
Yeah, I think
that's unexpected.
I think the Tories will probably do better than expected, but they'll still lose lots of votes and seats. Probably lose about 500 seats in the end. But Labour's getting decimated. Like, with these results that we're getting in from their heartland seats, Labour's probably going to lose about 1,800 councillors in total by the time it's all said and done.
I'm interested to hear what all of you really, what do you think about, I know Conservatives have collapsed just like Labour, but Kemi Badenoch, at least I hear nothing about her.
Well, that's
I know that you won't support her, but any thoughts on whether she's a downgrade, a bad Conservative leader, whether you support her or not?
She seems fine.
I mean, for a Tory, she's what you'd expect, really. Like,
she is their interim candidate until they find someone better.
She's bland, if I'm going to be honest. She's bland. It's like there's nothing interesting. And the only thing that's interesting about her is that she's the first, I guess you could say, black woman to become a leader of the Tory party. But
She's the second black person to lead a political party in Britain with electoral representation.
Well, couldn't we have David Lammy and Kemi Badenoch, leaders of the 2 main parties in the UK?
I mean, it's technically possible, but neither of them are good political leaders.
Yeah. The only way I can see David Lammy leading Labour is if he's acting Labour leader until they elect a proper one after him, because
that would only be if Keir Starmer was assassinated or something.
Yeah. What have I come back to? What's going on?
Right. I asked the question and it sparked something off.
we were talking about Kemi Badenoch, and we were talking about the fact that she's the second black person to lead a political party in Britain and the first black woman. And we mentioned David Lammy, and then the fact that David Lammy leading Labour. And the thing about David Lammy leading Labour is it would probably only happen if Keir Starmer was assassinated.
Oh,
because,
right.
like, there's no other mechanism by which the Deputy Prime Minister would lead the country in an interim. Because
don't worry, we're not planning anything.
the Prime Minister would continue until a new one was appointed. It's a bit like how...
Put this much less dramatically, he could just resign. Like, it really doesn't have to be that way. He can literally...
No, but like when you actually look at it practically, if Keir Starmer was to resign, he would resign as leader of the Labour Party and remain as Prime Minister until a new leader of the Labour Party
But he
was
wouldn't
selected.
have to do that. That's what I'm saying. Like, he could...
The only person who's done that in the last 50 years is David Cameron.
Yeah, exactly. But the difference is that they would follow very similar trajectories, because I don't think Starmer, if he's not wanting to be Prime Minister anymore because his party's kicked him out, I don't think he would stay as Prime Minister. I think he would follow...
Do you think there'd actually been an interim Prime Minister? I don't believe that.
No, I do, because I think that Starmer and Cameron are remarkably similar politicians, with very similar outlooks.
Cameron is he did at least stay a Prime Minister for the period of the leadership election. Are you saying Keir Starmer would actually resign as Prime Minister?
Cameron came into power with an agenda for government.
No, I'm saying that when Cameron resigned, he resigned as Tory leader, but he did remain Prime Minister for a few weeks.
I think that he would take the view that if he doesn't have any confidence from his party or from the nation anymore, and that they really do want him gone, why bother staying at that point?
I think Starmer would use the opportunity, the resignation speech, to finally reveal his long love of Crocs from behind the podium. He might just reveal a foot.
That's a little.
We were talking about this earlier.
On stream earlier.
If I was Starmer, I would use my resignation speech to air my dirty laundry about all of the other candidates. Like, as in basically say, Ed Miliband huffs his own farts. Andy Burnham. I don't know. Andy Burnham enjoys watching horses fuck.
He enjoys fart surfing.
Where's Street his nose and ate it one time? I saw him do it. It was in the
no. West Streeting was secretly created in a lab by the National Union of Students.
By the way, I've got the Liberal councillors that exist throughout the country here. I wanted to, out of curiosity, to see where they were. They exist in 4 councils: East Devon, North Yorkshire, Wyre Forest. I can't pronounce that.
Weir Forest.
Yeah, Weir Forest. And Liverpool.
Okay, by the way, Swiss, just to clarify David Cameron's, he resigned as leader of Conservative, but he stopped being leader after the 11th of July 2016, and he stopped being Prime Minister after the 13th of July 2016.
That was his Brexit debate loss, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he said he was going to... I think he effectively resigned as Tory leader on the 23rd of June, or the 24th of June, or whatever, like the day after the vote.
Mm-hmm.
But he obviously couldn't really leave the office of Prime Minister. I mean, he could have asked the Queen at the time to appoint a new Prime Minister, but he didn't. And technically remains Tory leader until someone replaces him. Same with Starmer. Like, he would remain in Prime Minister until the King appoints a new one, and he would remain leader of the Labour Party until the new Labour leader is elected. The only time Labour has had an interim leader, I think, is like between
Ed
John
Miliband.
Smith's death and Tony Blair's appointment.
You
No,
also
it
had
was
Harriet
Miliband.
Harman.
And then Harriet Harman a couple of times because Gordon Brown and Ed Miliband refused to remain Labour leader in opposition.
Could I read a few more comments quickly, guys, just to bring us up to speed? James Fielding has said, reports of a low turnout in Tower Hamlets with just 734% of registered voters bothering to vote. Well, that was quite good. We had Sky Echo said, any idea what time we're likely to get anything on Birmingham? I'll have a look at that for you, Sky, because I do have a document somewhere that's got all the times.
Swifts. Peterborough
yes.
is counting, and I think Reform and Lib Dems are up 1, and Conservatives and Labour are down 1 in Peterborough.
So
there's
far
been an even bigger swing that's happened somewhere, but I don't know what it is. So,
we'll bring it. We've had from Apollo quickly. Labour just held a ward in Halton off by Reform by 7 votes. Loads of reporters are saying that turnout is up 10% on last elections. And what was it? Someone said earlier that if turnout is up, that's going to bode well for Greens and Reform. That was one of you.
That was me. Yeah.
Birmingham
low turnout
is
is
6
the
to
main
9
parties.
p.m. tomorrow.
6 to 9 p.m. tomorrow, Birmingham. Okay, so don't expect Birmingham tonight then, Sky.
Yeah, apparently this is a funny name for this ward. Central and West Bank. That's what the
What in fucking Gaza?
Do something.
Smiths, you're trying to get yourself cancelled.
I was joking about 9/11. I don't know what's wrong with me today. I've been all over the place. Sorry, go on, carry on.
I don't know what it is. You'd have to look it up on Britain Elects, but apparently that's where the big swing that's even bigger has happened.
Okay, I'll have a look for that. You found it? Who's found this big swing? I want to see this big swing. Someone posted it in Bullet. Is this Houghton? Oh no, that's an old one. Where's this big swing, guys?
I wouldn't know.
Well,
is it just going to be a picture of Nigel Farage sitting on a big children's swing in
with Ed Davey on the other swing?
Yeah.
And Peter Snow crying in the corner.
Oh, Central and West Bank Houghton, is that the one we're on about? Because I've got that here.
Yeah.
Okay, bear with me then. Let me bring this up. Oh my goodness, yes, that is a big swing. Okay, Central and West Bank Houghton, Reform 51.6%, up from 0. Labour 28.7%, down 56.9%. They've lost over half of all of the votes. Over half of all of the votes.
That's total collapse, isn't it?
Now where it's close to like Labour's decrease in vote share is like 2/3 of their vote compared to last time. Yeah, they're getting.
It's kind of interesting with these seats because these are probably seats that Labour probably held on for years and probably never bothered to go out and canvass for them. But now they've lost them for like with such huge gains that you gotta wonder if they try to canvass at all or not.
Oh dear. Yeah, there have been 11 councillors that have been up that had their results declared in Halton, and Labour has lost every single one of their seats so far in Halton by gigantic margins. Yeah, at this point, they're going to lose at least 1,800 seats, and with the way they're going, depending on how bad London is, if London's a wipeout as bad as it is in Merseyside, they could very well beat John Major's record in 1995, where they lost over 2,000 councillors.
I think London's going green and everywhere else is going Reform, but that's just my kind of pre-estimation. I haven't looked at any numbers, any predictions, but it feels like that would be the case.
I feel
also, I just calculated the West Bank's result. I think the swing is probably going to. I think if I remember rightly, the way that you calculate
It's
it is
gone
that
from
if
Qatar
two
to Hamas.
20
If-
points
if-
to Hamas, 15 points from the IDF.
if two parties increase it, basically it's if a
5
two
points to
party
Trump.
swing, then it's, I think it works out as basically this is a 25% swing from Labour to Reform.
Well, I've got another statistic for you on that. Apollo has just said of the ward we were speaking about. So Labour went from 84% of the vote to 28% in that ward. That's another way of looking at it. That's remarkable.
That
Mhm.
is staggering.
84.
Also, we have
That's
our
practically
Peterborough
North Korea
result.
levels of dominance, down to 28%.
We have our first Peterborough result. It's a Conservative gain.
Oh, a Conservative gain, you say?
That's a fucking weird one.
Oh yeah, I think there's also a by-election in Hertfordshire that was a Conservative gain from Reform.
This is a Conservative gain from Labour, by the way. It's on election maps. Not election maps, Britain Elect.
Britain elects. Okay, hang on then. Britain elects. Bringing it up now.
I mean,
George in the chat has said absolute bloodbath, and I could
Well,
not agree
yeah, I
more.
mean-
That is the word I've been thinking of for the past little
That's
while
not
now.
the one. Scroll
Bloodbath.
down.
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
okay.
boss.
That's
This
the one.
one. Breton Peterborough.
Oh,
Reform
wait, no,
33.
wait, no.
No.
Keep scrolling.
North Peterborough.
That's the one.
Okay, Conservatives up
Gain from
7% on 34. Labour down 40%. Down onto 31. Okay, so basically, by the looks of it, Labour dropped bigly, to coin a phrase once used by Donald Trump. Labour dropped bigly. Everyone else went up at their expense, and the Conservatives just about managed to squeak out a gain from Labour there.
I'm starting to think
Reform-
Starmer might be gone after this.
like at this point, there's-
we can only hope.
I don't think
can
he will
only hope.
resign without someone asking him to.
I
Okay,
think at this
Like,
I'll
as
ask
in,
him
like,
to. Will you ask
like
him
as
to?
in as in there will be a private meeting between Starmer and members of his cabinet, and they'll basically be like,
You got to go, mate.
yeah, we're on the altar.
what will
You're
happen
tied
is-
back. We've got the knife, and we
We
need
love
to
your crops,
sacrifice-
but
we
thank
need to
you.
sacrifice you to Quetzalcoatl.
Well, the problem
So
with Labour
lie
is,
back and get your heart cut out.
Okay,
do they have men in grey suits, or do they just have one grey man in a suit?
Well, the
That's
one
question.
grey man in a suit is facing treason charges.
It's
Well,
Keir
but
Over.
what-
It's,
Not
yeah,
Lord.
what I would say is,
Skull
Keir
Man.
Over. What I would
Swiss.
say is looking at these results, I think with the Starmer resignation thing, all that you would need to do is you would just need to get the result from Central and West Bank, not that one, and just print it out on a piece of paper, just put it on his desk and say, "Here, you gotta go, man, because if you stay on until 2029." There isn't going to be a Labour Party. Like with the way
All
things
you
are
need to do is appeal to his origin story and lay a tool on his desk.
And say, this tool is broken, Keir. We need a better tool to do the job. You are not
Yeah.
that tool.
You were
Okay,
made
here's-
by a tool.
Here's a,
So a tool maker made you, and this tool is broken.
okay,
Oh,
here's
Turns
a,
out the tool was
Sorry,
made in China.
guys, let John come in because he's been trying for a little bit.
here's the question I have for everyone. How many Labour MPs do you think are going to call for Keir Starmer to resign in the following few days?
a good
Publicly?
chance.
That is a good question. Okay, here's how many have so far. I think maybe only one or two have publicly previous to this election.
Carlton, I believe, is one.
Okay.
I think it won't be
Um,
down to people. It'll be down to results.
You think it won't be sort of a drip, drip, drip of actual MPs tones ago? You think it will literally be the results that
Yeah.
catastrophic that just...
Yeah,
That
but if
might
you're
be
gonna
my
stab-
lack
if
of
you're gonna stab
understanding,
someone
but-
in the back, you do actually need an arm to do it.
and
Yeah.
a tool. And a good tool.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sharp wrench.
The Tories are
Apollo
doing-
has said, Swiss, check the Paston and Walton one. Frank's just put in bullet and he's copied that in here. Paston and Walton in Peterborough. Conservatives 37.8%, up 12. Lib Dems 27%, down 17. Oh, it's an interesting one here. Reform 25%, up 18. Labour 7%, down 11. Your party. Look, it's your party, guys. 3%.
Where's the flood prevention party then?
They're trying to prevent the
Only in
flood
Maidenhead.
elsewhere. Only in
They're
Maidenhead.
trying to what they're doing is their policy is going to be is they're going to rewild England with loads and loads of beavers and then use the massive beaver population to dam up the Thames.
How many backbenchers might defect Green before the next election? I couldn't
Very
put a number on it,
few.
but I could certainly.
Sorry.
I would
We're
say
talking about Labour politicians here.
I would say some. I wouldn't say loads, but I
Some,
could certainly see some defecting. Much in the same way we've had Tory defections to Reform over the past few years. I could see us starting to get a little trickle of some of the more left-wing socialist campaign group,
I
types
think
going over to the
most MPs are waiting to see who's going to replace Starmer as leader first before they consider.
If we were going to
defecting
have
to Greens.
Labour to Green defections, it would be in 2028, 29.
I'm gonna go boldly in the other direction. I'm gonna say we'll have one this year. That's what I'm going to say.
Apology
Yes.
D.
Yes. John McDonnell to the BBC. Starmer should consider setting a timetable for his departure. Well, it's one of the usual suspects, but he hadn't done it yet. He has now. There we are.
Yeah, so
we've had that first little.
Also,
who's
not an
talking about a
MP.
beaver dam? There's a leak in your beaver dam across the Thames. It's beginning to breach.
Another
ever
thing
so
would
slightly.
be that we are ignoring the fact that Anna Sarwar was the first to emerge above the parapet and get shot in the head immediately.
Oh, hugely. Yeah. I mean, I remember doing a stream on the day thinking, oh my God, this could be it. Maybe look,
Yeah,
if
well-
the Scottish Labour leaders, and then it just went brrr.
Yeah.
Nothing happened.
I remember the moment that happened, and I was like, Anas, the fuck are you doing? And then I think to myself, and it's like, if Labour lose, will Anas Sarwar actually go willingly? Because he's already lost one election and stayed. And the only meaningful contender to him in the Scottish Labour Party, if re-elected, of course, is oh God, what was her name? I'm trying to remember. I met this woman. I can't remember her name. Bear with me a second.
No worries.
I
Just
think
while
it
you're
was
searching
some-
that, we've had a result in Holton where Labour have held on by just one vote. I know we'd spoke about one earlier that was 7 votes, apparently. I don't know if that's the same one clarified or a different one, but this is what's been reported.
Honestly,
Monica Lennon.
Swiss, this counts that one that just held by one vote. Kind of shows just how one vote can make a difference.
Do they
It
recount
can.
these at all?
can.
Because surely one vote is way within the margin of miscounting. Is it
Keir
challengeable in locals?
Yeah, I think so. I think when it's that close,
Yeah,
you
it
can
is.
ask for a recount, definitely.
Um,
And I
I
know,
was gonna
funnily enough,
say-
when it's tied, you do a coin flip. That's the way that
Oh.
decides it.
Monica Lennon was the person I was talking about. She was
Sorry,
stood against-
Monica Lennon.
Monica Lennon. She stood
I heard.
against.
Yeah, go on. Sorry, I
she
heard
stood against-
Monocle Lennon for some
No,
reason.
Mo-
I was
Monica
imagining some
Lennon.
like champagne socialist, but sorry.
She stood against Anna Sarwar in the leadership election in 2021 for Scottish Labour. But she is the only person who's really in a position to replace Anna Sarwar, at least in terms of like profile within the party. If she's re-elected, yes, she might stand, but she is currently in hospital, so who knows? She can't attend her own count tomorrow because I think she was
Sympathy
undergoing
vote.
surgery.
I think that with Sarwar, I think the reason why he called for Starmer to resign was basically because, one, he was furious about the fact that he doesn't get the chance to be the First Minister of Scotland, because he really thought that he would become the First Minister of Scotland after the general election.
He had all the curtain measurements. He even picked out a carpet.
Yeah, he did, and Starmer basically destroyed that for him. So he
He
was
even bought
likely
some Crocs.
he was likely completely furious at that, and so what he decided to do is he decided to call for him to resign. But I also think the other reason why he did that as well is I think that he was hoping to create some distance between English Labour and Scottish Labour to basically try and win votes back by going, look, I'm not like Westminster Labour, I'm different and independent from them. I want the leader to go. I want the leader that you all hate to resign, so please vote for me.
Honestly, Welsh Labour should have done the same, let's see, months ago.
The other thing is that Sarwar has the problem of being extremely middle class, yet leading the Scottish Labour Party kind of out of cultural loyalty.
Yeah, but you see that with Farage, don't we? I mean, he's middle or upper
He's
class.
upper class. He went to Dulwich College.
He manages to get in those lower class votes in the droves. So maybe that doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, that's populism. The Labour Party, if anything, cannot be accused of being populist.
No, but I think
we got to be popular.
Wasn't a Corbyn to be.
Swiss, I think I saw something on BBC about David Lammy saying changing PM is not coming on our doorstep or something.
Who's not coming on their doorstep?
Once, but we'll see how they fail and get destroyed in these locals.
I think Starmer's not.
This is the expected line from Starmer and friends at the moment, isn't it? It's been a terrible set of results. We'd always expected it would be hard, but now is not the time to change. When the country is in so much turmoil, we cannot afford to change leader, change course. We need to deliver for the British people, just like late stage Conservatives.
To add some more bad news about Labour getting wiped out, Reform, according to Dan here, Reform sources are saying they believe Labour could lose every single council seat they're defending in Newcastle.
In Newcastle?
Yes, that's what Reform sources are saying.
Hang on.
They could lose every single seat in Newcastle.
Bear with me here. Let me bring up the current makeup of Newcastle City Council. I need to. This is Newcastle upon Tyne, not under Lyme. Oh yeah, Labour would be defending much shit from there anyway. What? Where are we talking about here? Are we talking about Newcastle upon Tyne?
I'm not too sure. I think it might be Lyme.
Okay. Lyme I can understand. Tyne I got very all about all of a sudden. Yeah.
What's the difference? I actually don't know. I know they're both Newcastle.
One's like a proper metropolitan city, and the other's more sort of like a town city hybrid.
Yeah, Newcastle under Lyme is sort of like a large town near Stoke-on-Trent, whereas Newcastle upon Tyne is one of the bigger cities in the northeast.
I see.
And one of them's under it, and one of them's upon it. If that's the way you want to do it as well.
Depends whether you like to be underneath or upon it.
Well, there we are.
You could also just say that, like, rivers, that would be another way of dividing it as well. Just say two different rivers.
Two different rivers. Yeah, okay, so forget that. I jumped out, my heart jumped out of my chest for a moment there, but no, Newcastle upon Tyne, Labour's not losing everything there. They might lose a fair bit of it.
Well, I live in Maidenhead upon Thames then.
Reform have also said that they think they've gained at the minimum 16 of the 19 seats that are up for election on Thames side from Labour.
So round
here. So we do seem to be in that scenario then, guys, where it is Reform outpacing expectations, Labour underperforming expectations, still yet to be determined where the other parties rank in all of this.
Just to confirm, David Lammy did say changing PM is not coming up on the doorstep. I
think Lammy is lying.
Well, no, he might not be. It might be that changing PM isn't coming up on the doorstep simply because they all assume he's going to resign.
Which doorstep? How many doorsteps? I don't
No,
believe
but
Number
this.
10.
Do you not see what I mean, though? That, like, it might
No, no,
everyone assumes he's going to go, so they don't bother mentioning it.
To be
I
honest,
understand what you're saying. Yeah.
see, well, maybe for me, when I went out canvassing for Stevenage, while I didn't get it, we got a mix of those voting for Labour and those not. The ones that were not voting for Labour often would say they hated Keir Starmer. They absolutely hated Keir Starmer. In
Wow.
some ways, it was a level you would not see since Corbyn in 2019. That's
Yeah,
just how bad it
Keir
was.
Starmer truly is the Emmanuel Goldstein of British politics.
That's what I've also heard from the people who are also campaigning across the country, is that if Starmer ever comes up, it's extreme hatred towards him. Like, he is pretty much at this point more hated than even Liz Truss was.
Liz Trust. She can't be trusted.
A couple of the people I work with, right, don't talk about politics with them especially often, but just as I was leaving today, within the same 2-minute conversation, and they didn't state any preference for who they wanted to do well or even who they were voting for. They didn't necessarily strike me as like hardcore Green voters or anything. But what they said within the space of one short conversation is that they really wanted to see Labour do badly, and as a consequence, see Starmer do badly. And also, they really didn't want to see reform get in. They were that bit of the Venn diagram, you know, wanting to punish the shit out of Labour, but still being opposed to reform.
I think it's more of like they're hoping Labour replaces Starmer, and then there's someone more appealing, like say like Andy Burnham, and then hopefully they can actually do some decent stuff, and then vote them back in or something. I think that's what some people are hoping.
I'm going to be dusting off my
Starmer?
6 foot. You may. You can always ask a question about Starmer.
I'm interested in like everyone's opinion on this, really. But when I spoke to you, Swiss, on the phone, I said that nationally or internationally, I suppose, because I was more concerned about international politics rather than what was going on locally. I liked Starmer, even though I said I'm a reform voter, because it seemed like a safe pair of hands in terms of support Ukraine and the things I believe in that aren't Trumpish, basically. Not pro-Russia, not Trump. And I was a bit worried about Farage being a little bit kind of maybe won't give Ukraine as much money, has been a bit kind of Russia-centric in the past. Do we sort of agree that internationally he's been good, or does everyone think he's actually failed all round and is no good there?
I actually would personally make the argument that he's worse internationally than he is domestically.
Wow.
It's just that the international politics is so focused on countries that aren't Britain that Britain's involvement goes under the radar.
Mm-hmm.
As in Britain's reputation internationally is not good.
I'll say where I'd
it's
agree.
Floating under the radar in Britain because we hate him for lots of domestic reasons.
It's underline rather than upon time.
Okay.
I'll tell you where I agreed with Retro when I chatted to him about this. It was that in a similar way to when Boris Johnson was Prime Minister, and there was an awful lot of fault to find with Boris Johnson. One of the standout things I thought was I really liked how front-footed he was with Ukraine, how the UK stepped up to support Ukraine at the start of that war. And that was a policy that was continued with Rishi Sunak and then continued from Sunak on to Starmer. And more recently with Starmer, for example, he's not done a full-on Blair to Trump's Bush and gone right into Iran in the same way that them and Israel have. At the very least, I can go, okay, he doesn't seem to be making the entirely wrong decisions internationally.
No, the problem
Whereas
is
there's a lot of things domestically where I can go, that is entirely the wrong decision. You need to make an absolute 180 on that. Internationally, at least I can go, okay, Iran, not so much. Ukraine, carry on supporting them. I'm happy with those things.
No, the problem with Iran is it's worse. Is Britain is defending its long-term foreign policy interests, the Arab states, right? The problem is that can be construed by Iran and its allies as being supportive of the war against them. By defending, but by acting in the defense or otherwise advocating the foreign policy positions of the UAE and Qatar and Bahrain,
For someone like me,
for example, that makes the UK internationally look as if it's supporting the United States and Israel from the Iranian perspective.
Well,
But
from the Iranian perspective,
West,
I was going to say
from
from
the
the Iranian
American-Israeli perspective,
do we give a shit about the Iranian perspective though? In the grand scheme of things,
no.
The Iranians, the Chinese, and the Russians do.
Yes.
No, yeah. From my perspective, as even a reform voter,
You're a reform voter?
Perspective. I haven't actually voted reform, but I said that I would likely if it was going ahead in Maidenhead right now. But I feel that Starmer's
it's conspiracy to commit vote for reform.
Yeah, conspiracy, exactly. Yeah. But I feel that the thing that appeals, I wouldn't vote for Starmer based on domestic policy at all. But I've been impressed internationally because kind of quite the opposite. I feel that he's really stood apart from someone like Badenoch, for example, who seems to be caught in Trump's bush, as Swiss maybe coined the phrase. He seems to be pissing Trump off, which I like because I really don't like Trump personally, and things that Trump's doing around the world. And I feel like Starmer is actually the one who stands out as the most not anti-Trump, but the most no, we'll do our own thing. Thank you very much. Even if that might be a robotic, I'm going by the book.
Yeah, but but the problem with this is, and I think that Starmer here has actually done a pretty good job of manipulating the public in regards to the Iran war situation, where he's manipulated the public into believing that we're not involved in the war. But the fact of the matter is we are involved in the war. He has given the US the ability to use bases like
Diego Garcia,
RAF, like the one in like east of England, for example. Bases like that are being used officially for defensive purposes, but in reality they're being used for offensive purposes because these military bases, people have tracked what they've been doing in Iran, and they've been striking Iranian targets inside Iran, not defensively. They've not been used, for example, to shoot down Iranian drones or missiles from Iran heading towards Gulf states. They're being used to strike military targets and even civilian targets.
And that's why I'm making the argument that the Iranian, the second world perspective, which is.
Could I offer sorry, say what you're going to say.
And then the thing I was going to finally add was from the American-Israeli perspective, also including countries like Argentina and the sort of Trump-aligned countries in the Western Hemisphere, they see Starmer as being too weak, not supporting them enough. So the problem is that, yes, Starmer's internal, like domestically, like in Britain, Starmer's foreign policy is not being questioned that much. But it is viewed as too hostile to Iran from the second world perspective. And then from the first world perspective, it's not harsh enough on Iran. So he's caught in the between a rock and a hard place in foreign policy.
Well, when you say the first world perspective,
British people don't care about that.
But when you say the first world perspective, who are you talking about? America, or are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm talking about the American-Israeli side.
Okay,
like America, Israel, and the Trump-aligned countries.
I get you there, but we've got quite a rift emerging in the first world now in terms of America, Israel, and then Europe.
Well, yeah, no, I was just using first and second world in their Cold War senses to mean America and Russia, China.
Okay,
like Russia, China think Britain is helping America, and then America thinks that Britain isn't helping them enough.
To be fair, it's not just Israel and the US and their ideologically aligned countries that think this way as well.
There's Germany.
There's a particular discontent in Europe as well towards our position as well, because you've got a lot of people who see the fact that we are allowing the US to use our military bases to strike in Iran as assisting them and going against European interests as a result of that. And there's also been particular discontent from Cyprus in particular, due to the fact that the bases in there were targeted by, well, we don't really know to this very day who did it, but somebody did target those bases, probably Hezbollah, but nevertheless. And Cyprus was extremely angry about this because they were dragged into a war that they did not start, did not want, and did not have involvement in because of Starmer's fudge policy towards the Middle East. And now there is discussions within Cyprus about renegotiating the status of the two military bases there due to the inability of Britain to prevent Cyprus from being attacked.
Which is kind of meaningless because the bases on Cyprus are British territory.
Well, so was the Chagos Islands, but that status got renegotiated.
Well, no. That status was disputed internationally. However,
yeah, but so is
Akrotiri and Deucalion has been agreed by Turkey, Cyprus, Greece, and Britain.
Yeah, that's not.
Guys, can I intervene? May I intervene for a moment, just because there are people in the chat wishing to point our direction back towards election results here, and I realise that Iran and Britain and all the rest of it more broadly is something that probably could spill over into a very long stream in of itself. If I can just attempt to summarise and sort of smooth over our differences here to allow us to move on, would it be fair then to say that Tom and Callum's stated point is the fact of our involvement having these shared military bases and strikes taking place on Iran means that we are still involved and still culpable in the eyes of many around the world, whereas what Iron Retro was saying is that at least it's not a full-throated alliance with the USA and Israel in this venture, a la the Iraq War 2003.
And my point is that both sides are unhappy with this.
Yes.
Okay. Well, we stated all of our points at the very least.
Well, it looks like the Greens have lost.
And we can all agree on Ukraine. There we are. Good. Let's move on. Go on.
Swiss, Apollo TD says the Greens lost 30 points of vote share in one of their Peterborough offences against reform.
Oh.
Well, that might be a one-ward result that bucks the trend.
That's still interesting, though.
But what's more interesting here is Labour collapsed in Lee South in Wigan.
Oh yes, I've got that one up here. Yeah, down from half of the votes to a quarter of the votes, and Reform up to half of the vote from nowhere.
Have a look at Salford.
If I had to say here, Reform probably got most of their votes from the Conservatives, and Labour lost half their votes to Reform and half their votes to Green.
We're getting results in from Salford in the last couple of minutes, and they are interesting.
Quays, Salford, council election result. Greens, 42%, up 34. Lib Dems, 34%, down 25. Woo! Oh, we've had a bit of, maybe at the expense of the Lib Dems to the Greens, one might assume in there somewhere. Labour, 11%, down 19. Reform, 6%, up from nothing. Conservatives, 4%, up from nothing also.
Yeah, it's Eccles, Salford that's interesting.
Can't pronounce. How do you pronounce it? Say it again for me.
Eccles. ECCLES.
No. The other one starting with a Q.
No. Keys.
Oh,
isn't it?
Keys.
Oh, Keys. I said Quays.
Yeah,
I had Frank pop up.
Pop
up there and says, "Can't believe you pronounced that."
It's almost like quailed.
Well, I just read it like Quavers, the crisp. You know, I don't buy a bag of Quavers.
Yeah, the reason I know how to say that is because there's a big shopping centre in my city called Gunwharf Quays that is spelled and written the same way. So
key is just plural. Keys is just plural of key, and a key is a like a feature of a port.
Yeah,
it's a wharf. Basically, a wharf is a wooden structure parallel to the coast, and a quay is a stone or concrete structure.
You know what it is. I've heard the word quay being said in relation to coastal structures, and I've seen the word quay being written as what I just called quay, but I'd never made the connection that quay was quay and all that. I've just not encountered those.
Do you
words
say, Swiss, Torquay or Torquay?
Oh shit. If my instinct would be to say Torquay, but I know Torquay is an example of not being Torquay. There we are.
Or Torquay.
If you've got your bingo card ready, guys, then you can cross off your Swiss can't pronounce fucking words square on it for the night.
The reason why the shopping centre Gunwolf Quays is called that is because it's a wooden structure built on stone.
Yes, and as I said, wharf is made entirely of wood, and the quay is made of stone. It's a bit like how a pier is wood and a jetty is stone.
I steered us away from Iran to get back onto the election, and now we're talking about structures made of fucking wood standing on stone. I need to return us once more back.
The key point is that quays
the quay
and wharfs. The key point is that a quay and a wharf run parallel to the coast, whereas a jetty or a pier stick out perpendicular.
To bring it back to
was it really worth it?
To bring it back to the politics rather than geography, what's significant about quays going in the way that it has done is that that's a very posh part of Salford. I mean, to give an example of how relatively posh it is, that's where ITV and the BBC have big buildings and station a lot of information.
Whoa. Tom, sorry, I was getting feedback from someone there. I don't know if it was you, Tom. Would you say that again for us?
Oh, I was saying basically that part of Salford is quite posh and well off because it's where the BBC and ITV have big buildings and base of operations in. So, the fact that Labour has done so badly there and Reform has done so well is.
Yeah, it turns out that all the journalists voted Green or Lib Dem.
Yeah, basically, it seems what's happened there. It's basically journalist haven. That's essentially what it is. And the fact that they voted for Lib Dems and Greens rather than Labour is quite telling.
Are we talking about Chloe Southwest or from Chloe Council at all? Or
by the way, it was reported earlier in the stream, but we didn't see it. But an MP, trying to get a name. Here it is. Stockport MP Naz Mishara, speaking to the M, which is like Manchester's local newspaper, refuses to support Starmer in interview and says that conversations are needed over the weekend.
I like that. That's promising. Let's have more of that.
Another Labour MP, who's anonymous this time, messaged Dan Hodges saying, "You were wrong. It's not carnage. It's fucking carnage."
Yeah, no. The Labour Party is going to spend the next 24 hours, eating itself, and publicly dissolving in front of us. Like, do you know that? Oh fuck! Is it The Thing? One of those John Carpenter movies where like a thing dissolves. Oh no, shit! No, I'm thinking of Indiana Jones. When they open the Ark of the Covenant, and
the face melts off,
and all the Nazis' face melt. That's going to be the Labour Party collectively for the next 24 hours.
Not just Starmer's face melting.
No. The whole Labour Party. If you imagine the Labour Party has a face, then that face is going to melt, like wax. And look all fucked up, like the Gestapo guy in Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Absolute Keir Starmer. That's my contribution.
I the week before these locals were held, I changed the name of the Twitter chat to Labour's Ragnarok, and honestly, I think that was putting it quite mildly, because these results are far worse than a Ragnarok event for Labour.
I don't know. We expected it, didn't we?
Well, we thought it'd be
we-
bad, and we might have even said it'd be a bit worse than bad. But maybe this is like catastrophically worse than bad.
I expected a
think that
cataclysm.
I think that there is
It's
a
a
difference
double
between
cataclysm.
Okay, could it be perhaps Labour's apocalypse?
Labour apocalypse. I think the thing is with Labour
Omnipocalypse.
doing as badly is like we predicted they would do very badly, but there is a difference between doing very badly and then losing 60% of your vote in the heart of your party. Like going from winning 84% of the vote in Merseyside to just 28% of the vote. That's
Well-
not bad. That's not even apocalyptic. That's so bad that it needs a new adjective invented to just describe how atrociously bad it is.
Oh,
Like,
Canada
Will
93.
read out one of you read out my most recent comment. I'd like to hear someone put words to this. For me.
An
Omnicluster
omnicluster
apocafuck.
Thank you.
That's probably the best way to describe it.
But also, yeah, Canada 93.
Yeah, that's also another comparison. Like this is basically Canada 93 in terms of locals, because it's just this level of catastrophic collapse.
We expected wipeout though, and wipeout means Labour gone. And I don't know what more can happen than Labour be gone.
Well, and sadly, we can't say 0 seats because Labour have actually won 6 seats.
True.
Disappointingly, yeah.
If they win any more, that would be quite impressive.
I think ultimately this local election is going to be a good thing for Labour because it will lead to them getting rid of Starmer. And surely things have to improve at least somewhat following
Things can only get better.
that. I mean, I
Except
said that
when they get
after. I did say that after Boris, and then we did get Truss. So I
Yeah, I
do
was
need to
gonna
be a little bit
say-
careful.
Things can
gonna say
only
be
get
careful.
better in the way that they only get. Sorry, things can only get better in the way that they get way, way worse.
You need to wipe the slate clean before you fix anything.
Yeah, we should erect a scaffold outside Banqueting House. That will solve all of our problems. It did in 1649.
Can we elect a key? A nice big wooden structure on some
What are you
solid
talking about?
stone.
Ogden the Bold
a
has
quay.
basically used the word Starmanfreude.
That's pretty good. Starman
That-
coming
that is a good-
coming from our resident bot. That's pretty good. Starman Freude.
This bot insists he's not a bot.
This is the bot that insists he's not a bot. Yeah, I'm convinced is a bot.
Seems to be made of money.
Sometimes certain people watching my streams get into fucking arguments with him because they don't realise that he's a bot. We've got a comment here from. I think he's a bot because some of the comments are just that randomly strung together. But
Okay.
I don't know. We've got a comment here from Zaxamillion 2010 who says, "So will the mighty king in the north ride to the rescue, or will it be Sansa Stark in the form of Rhaena?" I like that positioning in Game of Thrones terms there. The problem for Burnham is he needs a seat
in the it was shit 10 years ago.
Yeah, I still like Game of Thrones, the first few seasons.
Yeah, I like it.
No, as in
Yeah.
it got shit 10 years ago.
Oh, it did
was
get shit
good
10
for
years
5
To be
years.
fair, we do have House of Dragons and Knights of the Seven Kingdom out right
Well,
now.
Knights
so-
of the Seven
You know,
Kingdoms. was
you
good.
know what else got shit
The
10
House of
years
the
ago?
Dragon. Yeah.
The whole fucking world. That got shit 10 years ago as
Only
well.
10
Let's be
years
real.
ago. I thought the world has been shit about, I don't know, since the invention of agriculture.
But doubly shit since 10 years ago. We had a long period of time where it was just about level.
Oh no, I
And then-
think
and
that was at
then-
least quadruple shit.
There
the
are two
Industrial
big events.
Revolution.
Well, all right, three big events. There was the agricultural revolution, there was the industrial revolution, and then there was President Donald Trump one.
Well, the computer revolution. So basically, every major.
There were four
advancement-
great revolutions. There was the agricultural revolution, the industrial revolution, the computer revolution, and Donald Trump term two.
Basically,
working on the
every
next
time,
agricultural
every time
revolution.
human civilization has invented a new way of living, we have fucked it.
I think that probably
I
the
guess
next revolution, the fourth revolution, will probably be the AI revolution.
we've
already having it.
At least then
fucking
we'll all
done
get
it
turned
again.
into. At least then we'll all get turned into paper clips.
Right. No more Iran. No more quays or keys. No more revolutions. We're going back. I love this, by the way, because this is what we do every fucking election night. I get to play the straight man going, come on, guys, let's get back on track.
But Swiss, doesn't this happen because with elections like this, there'll be big gaps in between, and we have to otherwise.
I mean,
But-
the two
but-
biggest elections won't start counting for another 8 hours.
But the thing is, as host of the stream, it's got to be my job to try and steer it back, because if I don't do it, no one will do it.
Okay,
So,
Swiss, how about show Broxbourne's council?
He is the
since
captain.
it kept showing up so many times.
Yeah.
on BBC.
Very quickly. Sorry, I read out that comment from Zaxamillion. Says, YouTube seems to have changed my handle. I am the artist formerly known as Liberal Zardos. Liberal Zardos, nice to see you again. I remember you. Right, what did you want to see, John?
Let's see, Broxbourne's council, since it kept showing up live on BBC.
Okie dokie. Broxbourne Council. I'll have a look at its current composition here.
It's my understanding, it's the most right-wing part of Hertfordshire. I think it's the only part of Hertfordshire that did not go Labour or Lib Dem in the last election.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. So current makeup, 30 seats, 25 of them are Tory, 2 of them are Reform UK, and 3 are Labour. Yes, I can certainly see what you mean there by right wing. Right. So are they a whole council that's up, a third council that's up? What are they this time round?
Well, the last election they had, local elections they had, was in 2024. So I assume that means they're once every a third every year. As 2025 was the county council.
Okie dokie.
So they're a third, are they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get the impression that Conservative. This is not by data. This is by my own grandparents, but I get the impression that Conservative voters are less likely to change to Reform than Labour, because Conservative voters are more stuck in their way and old.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Also, you've got the fact as well that the Tory party is doing their very best to protect the fourth pillar of British politics, the great and holy triple what pension.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's the last remaining bulwark of voters, isn't it?
My only hope is that the NHS collapses in such a way that enough boomers die that we don't need to worry about paying their pensions.
Callum,
Oh,
that's not very nice.
So you avoided saying the old people die from lack of healthcare. It has to be the boomers who are.
Well, okay,
holding them up.
fine. Anyone basically over the age of 65 right now. The idea is that I think that the healthcare system will collapse to the extent that a lot of them will die on waiting lists, such that it will save us having to pay their pensions out, and that ultimately that will lead to a balance of finances.
And are you advocating for this or merely predicting?
No,
it?
I'm just stating it that I think that will happen.
No.
What do you think coronavirus was engineered for?
Well, it didn't work.
Right, okay. Iran, keys, revolutions, culling the elderly. No longer mentioning any of those.
Oh, I'm not advocating culling the elderly. I just think
No, you just brought it up. I know you're not. You're just throwing that idea out there. I understand
horror. Shock horror.
Culling the elderly has
people
nothing to do with
die.
local event, unless you want to do it locally.
Listen, okay, if your local council is not in charge of culling the elderly, then I don't want to know about it, okay? These are local elections. I want to know what the local council's doing.
Okay, let's try and move to local elections. Arguably, 10 seats will probably be up for Broxbourne. If, say, they all go to Reform, it could mean that...
There's an interesting little factoid about Broxbourne Council.
Hang on, I think what
look at-
John wanted to say before you jumped in was, John, what are you going to say that it could end up a Tory reform-led council?
No, I
if they all
think
went reform?
as
Oh,
far as
okay.
I can tell, you need 16 to get to govern Broxbourne's council. Though granted, let's see, given the fact that Labour or Reform are so low in opposition, arguably, if they manage to win all 10 up for the thing, though granted some of their councils could be up for this election, they wouldn't have enough to take the Tories from Broxbourne, but they could become a strong opposition against them. That's the only thing that you could say of Broxbourne, but I think only Reform could do that, not Labour.
Also, I don't know if this is the first green gain from Labour, but Chorley Southwest, Chorley.
Oh yeah, we
green
talked about that.
13.
Surely not.
Surely
Swiss.
not.
Swiss.
25
BBC.
seconds ago.
Swiss. BBC just put Hartlepool has lost Labour to no overall control.
Oh, and
Oh,
also in
oh.
addition to that,
We had a
Redditch-
feeling that would have happened, didn't we?
Wait,
Just quickly,
another thing-
Zardo
Lewis?
says, wow, you guys are being rather dank tonight. I thought that said rather dark tonight. Rather dank instead. Well, this is the
By the way,
the addition of
another
Callum to the
important-
mix.
another
I just noticed that. Sorry.
Wait. Another important change, it's council change. Redditch Council has gone to no overall control from Labour.
Okay. But, okay, so what was that interesting trivia you had about Broxbourne, Tom?
Oh, the interesting bit of trivia was if you go back to the wiki page, look at the name of the councillor at the top of it, who's the Tory councillor.
I just closed that wiki page, god damn it.
Oh.
Okay,
What,
hang on a
Lewis
second.
Cocking? Cockling. or
No,
something.
you'll see it when the wiki page comes up. It's quite amusing when you
Oh, the
see
I
page
will,
it.
that
bring
Swiss
the,
just
I
had
will
up.
bring the wiki page back up for you so we can read this amusing name.
It's
and then
Lewis
people
Cocking.
look at some results. Where is it on this wiki? Lewis Cocking. Is that what you wanted me to have a
No,
little chuckle
it's
at?
not him. You need to go back to the council elections. It's the very top. There it is.
Patsy
Look at the name of the
Spears.
first person. Look at the name
Paul
of the first
Mason.
What's the
Paul
name?
Mason.
Oh,
Paul. Where's
Not
Paul
that
Mason?
one.
He's
Number
very
Oh,
one.
Paul Mason there. Oh, Paul Mason. Not that Paul Mason. To be honest, there's a few funny names here. Patsy Spears, Jeff Stack.
there's even a gardener in there.
Oh, God
Right.
forbid people have names.
Cocking.
In my job, I have to interact with the great British public. And I'll be honest, some of the names, all-timers. Like,
Oh, I've heard some.
I'm like, how did you
I've-
get through school with a name like that?
Have you heard of? I've met a Dutch person called Van der Spank, and I couldn't not laugh when confronted with it.
I'm thinking no, I'm talking like English language names. Like
Okay.
names derived from like probably long-standing English language names, and I'm like, oh wow, I can't believe you got through primary school and high school with a name like that.
Well, I think that there was a person in my college who was called Isaac Moorcock was his name, and
No way.
I seek
Well,
more cog.
No,
yeah,
not quite. Isaac.
Oh dear.
Just on the screen here, guys, I'm bringing up currently what the BBC is telling us about councils that we have results for, or at least predicted results for. So we've got Chorley, Wigan, Salford, Houghton, all of these Labour. We've got Peterborough, no overall control. We've got Hartlepool, no overall control.
Yeah, I mentioned that earlier.
We've got Redditch, no overall control.
I feel like if I had a name that would be used against me in a homophobic way, I would pretend to be gay just to outflank them.
Yeah. See, in terms of names, I knew someone that was their first name was Storm, and their middle name was Trooper.
Trooper Storm.
To be fair, there's
Guys.
a member of my family whose middle name is Danger.
Sorry, Swiss wants to ask.
Second name Mouse. You remember what I said about Iran and the keys and the quays and the revolutions, and I'm going to add people's names.
Okay, so
to this
Swiss,
list as well.
Swiss, are
Okay.
you going to be creating a list now? Are you going to create an?
I am
action
making a list. I'm making a list so rapidly that I'm forgetting things that are already on the list as I make it. That's how long this list is getting right now. I want someone to tell me an election result right now,
Well,
and
the
I want it to
election
be a big
result
swing.
is-
Okay,
well,
let
the
me just
election result
refresh.
is Redditch. Redditch
Redditch.
Council.
Let's
It's
see,
the Birmingham
Redditch.
one there.
All right,
they
hang on then. I
basically-
wanna have a little look at Redditch. I'm going to open it up on the screen here. We've got a breakdown of all of the seats. Beautiful. You brought us back on track, Tom. This is good. Redditch, look at this. Read it out for me. There we are.
Yeah, like Labour lost 6 seats and Reform gained 8, 6 off Labour, 1 off Green, 1 off Tory. Council's gone from Labour to no overall control.
Pardon me?
Blimey. So
Um,
8 for reform.
Yeah, that's going
From
to be
nothing.
incredibly bad news for Labour when the West Midlands seats come in, because that's near Birmingham, and that pretty much guarantees that Labour's going to lose Birmingham Council to no overall control.
Apollo adds on this. Oh, that's just what we were saying there. Lost 6 seats on the council. Robin says most embarrassing name I've heard. No, I'm not doing it. I'm not reading that one. It's all fucking names. All right, I'll read them then. Most embarrassing name I've heard is Richard Dickens, literally Dickie Dickens. Thanks, Robin. Zardos says I'm thinking of Bart's prank calls to Mo. P.I. Taker, says Blue Guy. Hugh G. Rection, says Lee Ball.
We're giving the people what they want. We're doing populism here.
We've got 21 viewers at the moment, and I'd like to imagine a lot of them they're regulars to the channel. They know us, they know what we're like. But of those 21, maybe 2 or 3 are first-time viewers to the channel, and they've gone, oh, it's local election night. I'm going to look for some coverage on YouTube, see what some other people are saying about the results. Maybe I'll hear some analysis about having to listen to David Lammy on the BBC. What's Captain Swiss got to say about it? Oh, it's all fucking Cox and Middle East and fucking Saddam Hussein and George Galloway. That's all they go on about.
Swiss, I think if that's the case, you might want to edit the stream to sections of when for like future viewers to skip the talks that you don't want to talk about.
Also,
I'm not doing that. And someone keeps mentioning Keir Starmer wearing Crocs over and over again for some reason, and I don't understand why, because I didn't see the stream where the reference was from.
Can we talk
Yes.
about can we talk about George Galloway's
No, we can't talk about George Galloway. We're not talking about you know what? Zardos didn't get the joke earlier about Paul Mason. We assume that people know these things, but not everybody does.
No, can we talk about George Galloway's knockoff Adidas Tang suit?
Yes. Really?
Just look up George Galloway on Twitter, and you'll get his most recent video where he's wearing a fur. He's wearing a sort of fur flat cap and then an Adidas Tang suit. He's in China at the moment.
I'm going to make you a deal, okay? I am going to look up this image, but we're going to have a little bit of a reward incentive going on for the rest of this stream, okay? I will show you your Galloway image, but you must find me a result and read it out for me before you get your Galloway image. That's the deal. I'm searching for it now.
No result, but there's a big argument going on BBC right now between Chris Bryant, who is an MP I hate, and Zaya Youssef of Reform UK, and it seems to be quite amusing to witness.
Oh, I wouldn't know who to root for in that situation. Root against them both. I'm on Galloway's Twitter page here, and I'm not seeing
good videos.
in videos. Okay. If I go, oh, okay, right. So what am I looking for here? What's he wearing?
Wandsworth. Hold on. Got reports coming in from Wandsworth Council.
I'm sorry, Callum. We need to do Wandsworth just for a moment. We'll come back to Galloway.
No seats yet, but the vote share is on the screen. Labour is down 23% in overall vote in Wandsworth Council. The Greens are up 21% and Reform are up 10%.
In Wandsworth?
Yes.
It's Workers' Party of Britain is where the tweet's from.
Oh, right. Okay, Workers' Party of Britain. Right, I was on Galloway's personal page here. Workers' Party of Britain. Okay.
And it is a post from 10 in the morning.
Oh my! Yeah, I think I've seen it. I think is it Galloway? Oh my god!
What brick wall behind him?
What is he wearing?
It's a knockoff Adidas Tang suit and a fur flat cap.
Okay, I will share it because I agree that this needs to be seen. It does need to be witnessed.
Oh wow!
And I should say this video. Okay, this video was made in China. Because George Galloway is currently in China for some reason.
Isn't he wanted by the British government or something?
Yes, he is.
That's
not the video I wanted you to show,
haven't I? We're talking about Galloway in fucking China once more.
Because George Galloway is trying to start a Ba'athist rebellion in East Turkestan.
Do you want to look at some more amazing Workers' Party memes here as well? Look here, look. Oh, obey. Starmer wants you to look at that. That's not subtle, is it?
Well, the thing is, the best propaganda in favour of Starmer is actually created by his opponents.
Okay, Swiss. How about this?
What about this one from the Workers' Party? Die with a Ukrainian and Israeli flag right next to each other.
Okay, so Swiss. Swiss. Speaking, try to get to local topics again. I'm not sure if you pay attention,
please.
But I think for the last few days, let's see, a lot of the I suppose you could say the uni parties as well as the British journalists have been attacking the Greens on anti-Semitism due to some of the scandals that have been happening with them lately. As well as
I ask for a lifeline for this stream, and you bring me anti-Semitism, John.
Basically, the Green Party doesn't like Israel, and some of its members are a bit questionable when it comes to their personal view on Jews. Yet, it is fair to say that there is a popular media depiction of the leader of the Green Party, who is a Jewish man, as an anti-Semitic stereotype.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, Swiss, if you think that has affected the local elections in any way, or you think it's not at all.
By the way, there's some local results here that are actually quite interesting.
Okay, I'll answer that very quickly then, and I will say possibly a little bit, but probably not much in the grand scheme of things, because it's quite a relatively new story, and the Greens have been building for a while in terms of how well they do in the locals. Hartlepool.
Yeah, 12 seats were up for election. All of them were gained by Reform. Labour lost 7, the Tories lost 4, and 1 independent lost. But yeah, and it was no overall control in Hartlepool.
Everything in Hartlepool went to Reform.
Yeah.
To be fair, considering Hartlepool is the place that the Tories won the bloody by-election in back when they were in power, and the Brexit, the Boris, all of that, it seems like the place.
I may have shared an image. I don't know if it can be shown. If you can't see anything, just don't worry.
It has a history of voting that way, to be honest.
Okay, for some reason, the BBC is showing a helicopter landing.
It's in Edinburgh.
Okay.
Hartlepool was Mandelson's home turf. He was the MP
Yes.
for Hartlepool, wasn't he?
Yeah, it's why you have that Hampstead, not Hartlepool.
Just no more Mandelson.
So Swiss, the Scottish ballot boxes appear to be arriving.
Oh, that's
Yeah, because they want to gather them all in the counting centres so they can start the count at 9 o'clock. The idea is that because of this, it means that a lot of the results will come in a lot faster. I think they said the Airdrie with the first result, but Nahilan and Yar, which is the Western Isles, because all the ballot boxes are being flown to Stornoway, that would speed up their result, and they could be actually the second or third constituency to declare.
I've got an interesting statistic here from Stats for Lefties. Yes, I know, but nonetheless, as of 1:35 a.m., a net total of 38 council seats switched hands. Of these, 35 have been gained by Reform, 92%, and 3 have been gained by the Greens, 8%. Slightly outdated, obviously, but nonetheless interesting. Yes,
Swiss. The new result has come in from Shenfield, Brentwood Council Ward.
Oh, thank you. Okay, I'll have a look at that. Britain elects. Let's have a look on Britain elects. Oh, Election Maps UK isn't going to like me. I should be
More
doing
in
Election Maps
Common
UK.
have said, the pollster have said, if, as per BBC, Labour do end up over 20 points down in Wandsworth and the Greens up by 20 points, then it really does suggest that the rest of the results in London are going to be at the worst end of the prediction, which basically means that Labour is just going to be swept clean out of London by the Greens and Independents.
I'm quite happy to see it, because tonight it's been very heavy on the Reform gains, and to balance it out a little bit, some Green gains tomorrow would be nice, just for just to see all sides ruining Labour.
I did say Green in London. That might come true.
In terms of vote share, the BBC has got the national vote share up at the moment. Labour is on 14%, the Tories are on 21%, the Reform are on 29%, Greens are on 14%, and Lib Dems are on 13%.
Wow.
Out of everything that's been counted so far.
Swiss, have you found that result I mentioned, or?
Shenfield Brentwood. Yes, I've got that here from courtesy of Election Maps UK, friend of the channel, don't you know? Conservatives 36% down 2, so not much change. Reform up up 23% onto 28. Lib Dems, quite a big fall for them, 27% down 18. Greens, they're at 5% up a little bit. Labour in 5th place, not doing very much. Conservatives held, but there was an awful lot of churn there.
If anything, Reform has replaced the Lib Dems as the opposition there.
I feel like that's one that really could have gone, quite a few different ways.
Oh, Swiss, Broxbourne, Conservative hold, 25 seats, Labour 3. Oh no, wait, that's last year. That's last year. My bad. But,
yeah, that's okay. I'll give you this from Election Maps. This is a 2 a.m. update, so only 15 minutes ago. Reform. Let me just read this quickly. Reform 74 seats, up 74 seats. Greens 6 seats, up 4 seats. Lib Dems 10 seats, down 2. Independents and others on 3, down 4. Conservatives on 5, down 9. Labour on 9, down 62. So thus far, overall, the victors of the night are Reform and the Greens, as expected. Right now, Reform miles ahead in terms of the gains. We haven't quite got those areas where we think the Greens will be doing well.
Labour is mostly going to be like post 4 a.m.
Yeah, but you know what? This is making me want to see it. I was tempted to go to bed not at a ridiculous time this morning, but if I get to see London, maybe I stay awake. Because I want some Green gains to balance out the Reform gains. It's only right.
Swiss wants some sweet Green.
Swiss, by the way, well, I might have gotten the Betsy Broxbourne wrong. I did see a little update, is that Broxbourne, the Reform have gained 2 from them, and the Tories have lost 2. So it might be that Reform does a bunch of sweeping gains in Broxbourne.
Okie dokie.
By the way,
Um,
Labour have lost control of Tamworth Council, so no overall control. Labour lost 2 seats in Tamworth, which is all of them that they had up for election. The Tories
All 2
lost
seats?
6. All of those were up for election. Reform won 9 out of the 9 that are up for election in Tamworth.
Have we got the full results of Tamworth at the moment then?
Yeah, we got the full results that came in.
where's-
Basically, there were 9 seats up for election, and those were 6 Tory, 2 Labour, and an independent.
Also,
and
Rochford
Reform won all of
has
them.
finished its declaration.
1 second. I've got
Oh, sorry,
I've got
5
Tamworth.
15.
I've got Tamworth up here just visually for you lovely people here. So Labour, so Labour 0 down the 2 that they had, although they've still got some because it's not everywhere that's being up. But yeah, basically what Tom read out, there you are. There's it on the screen.
But
Hello.
check Rochford.
Sorry, I've got a super chat here from Frank, who's sent me 500. What's ARS? Is that shekels? Because it's a thing about Israel. So I want to assume, is it shekels?
It's not shekels.
It's not shekels. Blah, 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 glory to Israel, says Frank.
Argentine peso.
Argentine peso.
He's a fucking RG.
Now, how many British sterling do I get to 500 Argentine peso?
I'll convert it for you on the currency.
You have to pay him 50 quid.
That's 26 pence.
But
Got excited.
well,
Yeah.
Swiss.
Thank you, Frank.
26 pence.
Well,
That's
Swiss.
fucking
It's
glorious.
Swiss. It is kind of fitting because this is the year 2026.
I suppose so.
But I recommend you check Rochford District Council in Essex.
I'll have a look at that. But by the way, guys, if anyone wants
it's
to donate
11
foreign currencies to me, you're welcome to do so. I accept all exchanges. Where in Essex? Sorry, Callum.
Rochford.
Rochford. Okie dokie. Have we got a full council result for that now?
It's 5 of 15, but it's showing Conservatives down, Liberals down, Reform up.
Okay, hang on. I've got that here on the BBC, what they've got for the latest on Rochford. So I'll bring that up here now. Counting underway. They've got 5 of 15 seats declared. At the moment, yes, the Tories are down 2, Reform are up 5, Liberal Democrats are down 2, the Residents' Association are down 1. So Reform have gained at everyone else's expense so far in Rochford. Still
Continuing the Essex trend.
It's continuing the Essex trend of maximum reform, which again, as an Essex native, does not surprise me. I
Okay.
can see it.
Saxon.
Okay, here's a question about reform. Say they get into government and they do terribly. Will they lose all the councils they gained, or will they lose just a large chunk? And if so, who would they go to?
That's a lot to unpack there. I struggle to see anyone losing all of the councillors they've gained in one go. Because
Except
just
maybe
because
UKIP
of
when that happened.
the sheer volume of it. I would assume in this hypothetical that Reform get into government. Are you talking about national government, by the way, rather than
Yes.
local government? Yeah.
Yes,
I would
national.
assume that they get into national government, and if they do massively blow up and fail, probably that will be the phoenix from the ashes moment for the Tory party. So my assumption would be that it would depend on the area of the country, but probably the Tories would reclaim the places that Reformer took from them. Probably the Labour would reclaim some of the places Reformer took from them. It would probably be, not entirely, but it would be voters in some numbers going back to where they've been before, possibly. Maybe a few to restore as well,
I was thinking that if Reform somehow got into UK government, they would attempt to implement their policy. They would run up against the civil service, wouldn't be able to implement anything, would fail miserably electorally because they would be seen to not achieve anything. and then Britain would become effectively ungovernable.
But what if Reform get in and they try and doge the blob?
Well, see, the thing is, like, it turns out that actually, you need a civil service to run a country.
Well, because America, we've
Yeah,
seen what happens when you over doge and you doge
they're
things that should
different
not be
in a
doged.
way because when a new administration comes in, a lot of the high level civil service positions change. Whereas in Britain, the civil service never changes.
That is true. That is sorry. I was
So the
distracted by the
argument
comments
would
in the chat,
basically
yeah.
be that Reform come into government. They attempt to make widespread changes. If they choose to attempt to make widespread changes, they immediately run up against a wall that is hundreds of thousands of civil servants who they can't just sack because otherwise every meaningful system in the government would collapse, because it is actually run by people who do jobs. And that not all of them are inefficient diversity hires. Actually, some of them do collect taxes or organize policies that serve purposes, like you can't just sack everyone in the Department of Education, for example, because they actually write the curriculum that gets implemented in schools, for example. The point would then be, if you even tried to do that, then the knock-on effect would be disastrous. Reform will either attempt to do that, attempt to make sweeping changes in the civil service, which would then be, one, massively unpopular among the civil servants, and two, break down the functioning of the executive branch of government. Or they don't make meaningful changes because they recognize the realistic situation, and then they get accused of not making any radical changes. And then either way, they get screwed over in the next election, and Britain becomes completely ungovernable.
Yeah, I've got my own take on that. I think more the second part of what you said. I don't think they'll destroy everything by sacking everybody, but they will ruffle up some feathers, and I think they'll get rid of a lot of.
Oh yeah,
what they
it
were
wouldn't
called,
affect me. It'll be the high-level civil
No.
servants in Whitehall.
Okay. Yeah. In general, that the Doge argument. I don't think they've learned from what happened in America, where if you sack loads of nuclear scientists and find out you've only got a quarter of the scientists that you need to actually look after your nuclear arsenal, that's not very clever. So lessons have been learned from that. I think they'll cut numbers and they'll save some money, and then I think they're quite good at selling like a reasonable success as a huge success, and then big supporters of reform will jump on it and go, yes, that this is incredible, when actually it's just they've done a good job in that area rather than an amazing job, because they won't be able to go as far and sweeping as they're claiming.
Guys,
I think that could reflect on them badly.
I need to jump in here with some results, guys. I do apologise, but I've been asked to check it. Oh, and also I've got a super chat from Frank. Frank, I will get to you in a moment. We've got Brinnington and Stockport Central in Stockport council election result here. Let me screen share this for you. So this is Reform 30%. Labour 28%, Greens 24%, Lib Dems 10%, Conservatives 4%, Tusk 1%. So I mean, close, quite practically a 3-horse race between Reform, Labour, and the Greens there. That's interesting. But Reform gained from Labour. What I wanted to say as well is that Frank had given another super chat saying, Netanyahu here, the game I've put in bullets, do it. Now,
Swiss, before you go on that, there's a comment below it that talks of a green game.
Oh, thank you. Peterborough, Fletton, and Woodston. Did I pronounce that right? It's not Fleeton. It's not Fletton. Fletton. Okay. Fletton and Woodston. Also, Greens, quite 37.72%, up 27%. Okay, so right. So the Greens up 27% there. Reform 26. So, but actually, both of them in this particular ward, very interesting. Greens and Reform both up about 27% of the vote. But the Greens were already starting on 10, so they're up to 37. Conservatives down 22%. Labour down 33%. Green gain from Labour, but I mean, this is an interesting one. Again, it's not that far apart whether it could have gone Green or Reform, but you've seen both of the two quote unquote main parties hollowed out. Green and Reform in there, boom. I saw a comment somewhere. I don't know if it was in the chat here or on Twitter. I'm losing track, but someone had said something like "Tonight's the night that centrism died in the UK," on the basis of where the results are likely to lead.
Just to say though, that super chat was 100 Argentine pesos. That's 5 pence.
I'm impressed that YouTube actually allows you to donate pennies in super chats, but I'm not complaining, Frank.
No, it's Argentine pesos. They presumably spend more, except that they don't because Argentina decided to destroy its economy.
If you send me enough Argentine pesos, can I go to Argentina and I don't know, be their man on the inside to take back the moldy?
By the way, I've got some news that's quite stunning. The Wigan Council was up for election, and I believe they had half of their wards up for election this time.
Labour have lost all 21 seats they were defending, says Skullman.
Yeah, and apparently
all 21.
Wow.
Yes, they lost all 21 seats in Wigan that they were defending.
Wow. And Reform's leader in Wigan says they now expect to win 24 out of 25 seats. That is phenomenal.
Although Wigan is a Labour hold.
Isn't Wigan Lisa Nandy's seat?
Yes, I think it is actually.
So
that's remarkable.
So I think, is it possible that Lisa Nandy will call for Keir Starmer to resign?
No, not likely.
No, Starmer will come out and say, "We held on to Wigan. We had a great victory."
Why have we got Starmer wearing Starmer's?
Oh, that was me.
Here? Is that you?
I AI'd it, but I thought it was worth showing.
Thank you for your contribution there. Right, Frank.
Intelligence.
I'm going to break my own rule here. I'm going to deviate briefly from the election coverage because a paying member of the audience wanted me to try this out. Frank had sent me a link to guess the party. It's showing images of people, and we need to guess which party they are. So we'll do this quickly. We'll go with the majority view of the panel. We'll start off. This lady here. Labour, Conservative, Lib Dem, Green, Reform.
Is that
Conservative?
Sorry, say that again, guys.
I said Green.
You said Green. Anyone else?
Conservative.
I'm going to say Reform. Anyone else?
Is that some sort of altered Liz Kendall image or something?
No, that's an actual human being. That's not Liz Kendall.
Oh dear, I'm going to get cancelled.
We need at least two of us to say the same thing, so we can tie break and pick one of these.
I'm going to go with Green.
Two of us say Green now.
Two of you said Green. Okay, well, two people in the chat have said Reform, and we got another Green. All right, screw it. We'll say Green. I'm going to go with Reform. Oh, it's Lib Dem. Okay. The moral of this story when we get to the end of it is that we can't judge a book by its cover. You do know that's what it's going to be. Yeah. But this man here, I'm going to say he's a Tory.
I'm going to say Reform.
I'm going to say Conservative.
All right. Let's see. He was Reform. Okay.
I was right.
I'm going to say
Labour.
Labour.
All right, then, Labour. No, it was Conservative, you racists. See? Right.
Oh, right. That's either going to be Green or Reform.
I'm going to go Lib Dem. I'm going to say Lib Dem for this one.
Okay.
Green.
All right, let's see. Who said Reform? You said all Reform.
I said Reform.
Okay, I'm going to say Lib Dem for this one. This one's a Lib Dem.
Weirdly, that looks like a good chunk of SNP people.
He looks like he's bitten off a good chunk of SNP people. All right, Lib Dem. That's not Lib Dem either. Right, how many of these are there? by the way, Frank.
Oh,
We're
as
not
many
di-
as you want. Like all 5,000. Yeah, sorry, all candidates for all 5,000 seats who have
that
a
what this
picture of them
is?
online.
This is pictures of all the candidates standing in this election.
No, it's
Yes.
out of 5 at the top.
No, that's
how many
the
we've
done
done.
5.
Oh,
We've done 5, and we've got them all wrong.
I'm
Ru-
guessing. I'm
Green.
going to guess liberal.
I'm going to say green.
Green.
No reasonable human that isn't part of the Green Party wears purple glasses. It's got to be green. Hey, there we are. See, reform. He's a reform man.
Yeah, it looks like reform.
Green.
Reform.
yeah.
He's Labour.
He hasn't moved yet.
Tory.
Reform. He's a reform man.
Labour.
Conservative.
Hey, all right. We'll do a few more of these, and then we're going to go back to
Conservative.
the election. She's got Liz Truss energy. This one.
Conservative.
I'll say conservative. No, she's reform. Lib
Reform.
Dem.
That's literally the reform logo in the background.
Oh, is it? Is it?
I'm pretty sure that's the reform logo in the background.
If it's an arrow, then yeah.
But that's the smile of a lib. That's not, all right, we'll go. We'll click reform, but I'm saying Lib Dem. Okay. All right. Yeah.
Labour.
Labour.
Lib Dem, but we'll click Labour. Reform.
Oh.
Lib Dem. That is definitely a Lib Dem.
That does kind of scream Lib Dem.
That's high as screaming Lib Dem.
He must
No,
have
it's
been
reform. You forgot the pinstripe, you sillies. The pinstripe gives it away. It's reform. Low resolution image of middle-aged man in hoodie. What am I thinking?
I'm thinking this is the kind of guy that is the picture of him doing a selfie right before he does a nonce hunting video.
What
reform?
No, it's Labour.
I said Labour.
He's the one being confronted in the nonce hunting video.
Oh, right. Lib Dem. I'm going to say
Green.
Lib Dem.
Green.
Lib Dem.
Hey.
Oh.
Right, okay. We are going to do, count it, guys, 5 more, and then we are going back to the results.
Oh, 6 more, surely, around 20.
Labour. I think this guy's Labour.
I'm going to
It looks
say...
like conservative.
I'm going to say reform. All right, 2 of you said Tory. Let's go. It was Labour. Well done.
Yeah, he looked like a trade union guy.
Green?
Green.
Green?
Yeah, I'm going to go green.
No, it was Labour. Reform. Reform.
Lib Dem?
Conservative.
Oh, we're split. We're split. I'm saying, conservative.
Oh.
Yeah.
Let's say Lib Dem smile.
Lib Dem smile. Lib Dem smile, but reform hair.
Mm.
Let's go Lib Dem. It's conservative. All right, last 2. We'll go up to 20. Tory. Regular old
Labour.
boxed Tory. You think Labour? Yeah. I'll click Tory. Oh, it's Lib Dem. And reform. It's got to be reform.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Reform.
I refuse to live in a world where this man. It's close enough. Close enough.
I think it's.
I'm saying reform. I'm saying reform for this one. I've been burnt before. Green. No. Okay. Right. Great. Right. So, guys, we've done 21 of these, and we've got 3 of them right. So, I think the lesson that we can learn from this, as I said before, is you can't judge a book by its cover.
It turns out that reform truly is the pull the ladder up behind you party.
I think there's also another thing is the fact that, let's see, given the fact that many of the picks we thought were conservative turned out to be reform and vice versa, kind of shows you how there's little difference between the 2 parties. Really.
I know there's a lot of minorities in reform, just from...
Yeah, but that's what I mean, the pulling the ladder up behind you party.
What does that mean?
As in people who are from immigrant backgrounds voting for a party whose policy is broadly or specifically anti-immigration on the basis that, they don't care about the anti-immigrant part. They just
I think
see it
it's
as they've been successful in this country, and their view is that they have integrated to the extent that they don't care about the immigration issue, or if they do, they basically just don't want the competition.
But it's
feel
actually
though that
illegal immigration.
the-
that
Oh
they're
yeah,
against,
yeah,
not
no, the illegal
immigration.
immigration as well. It's basically like there are a lot of people who are immigrants to this country who are successful business people. Or
Exactly, and
professionals.
they want actually them. That's
Yeah,
been
no,
widely said.
they are in many ways more British than a lot of white people.
Yes,
I
and that's
thi-
actually
I-
Reform's argument.
Yeah,
I think there's a
I think that's a
misconception there.
compelling argument for reform, and that's why the racism accusation doesn't work on them.
Yeah, true.
Well, I feel, guys, that I think the vision of the country that we feel that we want to live in is that regardless of a person's background, immigration status, or the color of their skin, it should not box them into you vote for
Exactly.
a left-wing party or a right-wing party or a liberal party or a conservative party. It ought to be, you know, people are free with their own life, their own circumstances to vote as they see fit. That's the idea, isn't it? That we ought not to be boxing people in to say, "Oh, you've got dark skin,
Yeah,
you're
no
left
matter-
wing. Oh,
no
you're
matter your-
light skinned, you're right wing." You know,
No matter your color or your creed, you can vote for someone who says that they will cut your taxes.
that's it. But that's why personally, I don't quite like the pulling up the ladder behind you sort of phrase.
No, that's
because
the accusation that is made.
the accusation,
against
yeah, because it seems to imply there's a sort of almost like a bit of a race traitorism element
Yeah,
to it.
it doesn't
and I don't
hold
really
water
like
those
that
who
very
say
much.
that.
Yeah, I agree. It's the accusation that's levied against them on the basis that to be an immigrant and then subsequently be anti-immigration
Yeah.
sounds like hypocrisy, when no, they're not voting for reform on the anti-immigrant grounds. They're voting reform because they think that's in their best interests, because they are citizens of the United Kingdom who have independent political positions, separate from their immigration status.
Where do they stand on culling the elderly, though? Just out of interest.
Again, culling the elderly is just simply something that will happen.
You're saying it can't be stopped.
If they're illegal elderly, then they might be culled. But the legal ones are fine.
There ain't no elderly surviving those boat journeys.
Swiss.
Yes.
Result: Abraham Wigham Council Ward. Reform.
I'm on it.
56.1.
Oh, I'm on it. I've got it on the screen. Here we are. Boom.
It sounds big.
Reform 56.1. Labour 24 down 32. So Reform on 56. Labour previously had been on 56. The Greens up 11 from nowhere. Conservatives down nowhere. Lib Dems down nowhere. Another reform game from
Reform
Labour.
also the first party of the locals to win triple-digit net gain in seats.
Interestingly enough, Swiss, I think there was probably an independent that probably did stand there, but it's not standing there, and that's why Reform on 56, because Labour lost 32 of their vote share, and it's like there's no way to like all of that 56 came from Labour by itself, because there's also like 11% from the Greens.
Oh well, Labour still had 20% left over anyway, so it wasn't a direct thing. But it's just funny that Reform ended up on the same vote share that Labour had been on previously. I've got here from not Britain Elects. I don't want you. You've stopped updating. Election Maps UK. If Election Maps ask, we never went to Britain Elects to begin with. It was always them for the entire stream. We've got an update here as of 2:30 a.m., so fairly recent. Reform 117 seats, like you just said, Tom. They're the first ones to get triple digits here in this election so far. So they're on 117, and that's up 117. I'll repeat that once more. That's 117 up 117. The Greens
Green would be up more.
I guess we've just got to wait for. I guess it's just not the right areas. I mean, I don't know if that's a cope or not. If I'm going, wait for the right areas, and actually,
No,
the
I think
Greens
you're
are
right.
nowhere near the gains of Reform. But I do think the more green, like we still got London to come. London will be a lot of Greens.
We've got the Boris zones.
So Greens up 4 on 6 seats. Lib Dems about level, down 1. Independents and others down a bit. Tories, they've lost most of what they've defended, down 26 with 16. And Labour, down 84. They're going to be the first ones to be down triple digits. Zardos is off to bed. Good night, all. Thank you for joining us, Zardos. And right, so there we are. So that is 180 of nearly 5,000 seats declared, which does give you just an idea of how early we are in this process here. We are less than 10% of the way there. In fact, we are less than 5% of the way there overall. And yet, what is emerging so far? Well, the question of how the Greens perform still remains to be answered. However, we can certainly say that from this very small fraction of results thus far, very bad time for Labour, very good time for Reform. And that those two things will probably carry through.
There's a couple of important stats that have come out. First important stat is in Remain areas, places that voted to remain in the EU referendum a decade ago, Reform are up 16% and are the largest gainers of vote share in Remain voting constituencies.
Yeah, because it turns out that Brexit doesn't really shape British politics anymore.
But how does that contrast with Leave voting? Because we could say Reform are up 16 points in Remain areas, but then it might be they're up 32 points in Leave areas, and then that does retain something of the
in Leave
disparity.
areas. Reform's up by about 21%.
Okay, so they are up slightly more in Leave areas.
But I was thinking that the idea of seeing Reform rising in Remain areas would be kind of built on the fact that we've moved beyond Brexit. Like the idea of rejoining the European Union, no party actually advocates that. Even the Lib Dems aren't actively campaigning to rejoin the EU.
I think also, though, what's worth saying is we term these places as Leave areas and Remain areas. However, somewhere could vote by 51% to Leave and be a Leave area, and 51% to Remain and be a Remain area. But within those two places, you've still got about half of them that were Remainers and Leavers.
Yeah, Murray in Scotland's a good example. It voted pretty much 51 Remain, 49 Leave. And it's one of the areas where Reform hopes to pick up an MSP in the constituency.
I think that's why they call there's something called the Brexit legacy, from the Brexit Party to Reform. And I think they call it legacy because they don't really gain votes based on that anymore. But there are some people who joined the Brexit Party who have stuck with Reform, not because of Brexit, but they've just stuck with them for other reasons.
Can I just say,
to that
legacy
vein of politics.
Legacy is a brilliant name for a populist right-wing to far-right party. Of all the ones we've got, all the ones that have emerged in the last few years, Legacy feels right in
TM.
that kind of a name.
Swift, Apollo TD has
said,
wants to check out the bullet for something.
Yes, I'm on that. Davenport, and now I want to say Kale Green. Can I say Kale Green? Is someone going to say it's Carle or something? Kale, yeah, good.
Carle.
I don't know. Quay really fucking threw me.
It's Davenport and Kale Green.
Great. Lib Dems 28% up 12. Labour 22% down 30. Oh, crikey. Reform up on 22% up 14. We've got a real mix here. Actually, this is a really interesting area. So the Lib Dems are a decent bit ahead, but really you could call it a bit of a four-way race. You've got four parties that are all in the 20-something percent. Party of Women down 1% there. What's YR? Oh, is that your party? YRP.
Is that a woman on the Party of Women badge? It was like a baby. In the nappy or something.
Choose the female thing.
The Party of Women, by the way, are a more or less one-issue anti-trans party.
Okay, I didn't know anything about it.
And interestingly, their colours are the colours of the trans flag: white, pink, and turquoise.
I was going to say this quickly. First of all, Stockport Council's been a Lib Dem gain from Labour. Lib Dems took control of it. And
James will be happy.
And I looked at when I saw Party of Women, I initially read it as Prisoner of War because it said POW.
Yeah.
I would have
and then there's a picture of a woman.
W.
Oh,
I know that's Prisoner of War, but like or PO of Women or PO Women would have probably been better. But yeah, they're basically a single issue anti-trans party.
Oh, a
I'm
bit
sure,
like the.
I'm sure as far as they're concerned, they're all prisoners for as long as those dangerous trans walk the streets.
It's always
That's a-
trans women is interesting. Trans men don't get nearly enough heat. Sorry, I would say nearly enough,
Yeah.
nearly
Is
as
this-
much heat.
Is this killing?
Not
Is this
enough.
culling the elderly again, Callum?
No, that was genuinely a flub on my part.
Okay. Right. Let me. I'm going to bring up the big old BBC list they've got here, because this is even further updated from the election maps one that we had before. Election maps at 2:30 had. BBC now has reform on 135, up 135.
Blimey.
Lib Dems again just about holding steady, down 3. Labour down 90, getting near that triple digits losses now. Tories still lost more than they've held. Greens up a little bit, 5 on 8, and the residents' associations are there as well. So we've got a long way to go, guys. But again, the shape is beginning to form. We're starting to get a feel of how it's going, and it is arguably better for Reform and worse for Labour than anticipated.
At this stage.
At this stage, yes. I am mindful of the fact that on the one hand, I'm constantly saying it's really early, guys. We've hardly had any results. We need to get lots of different areas to see the full picture. And then on the flip side, I'm desperate to say, from what we've got so far, this is how it's looking. But what else can you do on election night, I suppose?
Well, no, that's
Other
exactly
than-
the right way to frame it. Based on limited sample size, this has happened. This, however, is not reflective of the overall result because XYZ.
But if London
Yes.
hasn't given their results out, then it'll be heavily skewed towards Green. So I do agree with Swiss that we're going to get a lot more Green later.
Interesting way of putting it from Apollo here in the chat. He said, so Labour really are losing 75% of their ward's defences. That's a really interesting way of putting it. They've got 22, but they've lost 90.
That's huge.
That's a
because defences-
significant chunk of anywhere that they've been present. They're just not there anymore.
Have they
Based
gained
on
anything?
based on the current trend that's going at the moment, Labour looks set to lose at least 1,900 councillors.
That is close to a 2000 bad result of John Major in 1992.
Yes.
So we've gone from 1,500 to 1,800 to 1,900. So we're climbing up there now, aren't we?
Yeah, we are.
I'll read a few more, guys. I'm going to go and read a few comments because I feel like I've neglected the chat overall here. So let me kind of zoom through what we've got here. Some of these may have already been read by you guys. I apologise, but I just want to get as many of them as I can. 7 results so far in Thameside. All 7 have gone Reform so far. Blue Guy says plenty of Leave voters in Remain areas and vice versa. I was thinking of the PAL button from Super Mario World, said Frank. Lib Dems ran Stockport Council last few years, actually just in the minority. Labour ran it end of 2010s, early 2020s, says Apollo. Blue Guy says, is it really that hard not to beat the Tories?
Swiss. I'm seeing on the county for Essex, Reform up 6, Conservatives down 4, and Independents down 2.
Where was that, sorry?
On
Essex.
BBC Essex counting,
BBC, yes.
apparently. Yeah.
Where in Essex?
I just said Essex.
Okay. Wait, is that councils or
Essex County Council.
Essex? Oh, Essex County. Right. Sorry. Okay. I was thinking of Essex as the entire county rather than the county council. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Do you want to go back to reading your comments?
Yeah. No worries. I'll have a look at Essex in a minute. So Frank says, in calling it a night now. Are you winding down soon, Swiss? Absolutely fine. If not, I can watch back in the morning. I feel like I can still go for a little bit longer. I think probably there's a reasonable chance I'll make it to 4 a.m. at the very least. But of course,
I'm
going to go in the next 10 minutes.
No
I'll be
worries.
going at the same time.
Well, if everybody goes,
That's another result.
if everyone goes, it might be a bit long. Sure.
Did you get your nap, Swiss? You said you were going to get some sleep before you came on the
I,
stream?
I tried. I had a little lie down, but I didn't manage to nap. I just kind of lay there
Yeah, I
for 20
didn't.
minutes and then started looking at my phone.
Was the monster energy coursing through your veins?
No, I was good. I deliberately had no energy drinks before my nap. I saved it all for after the nap. Do we know when the... Oh, okay, interesting question from Anay. Do we know when the mayoral results will come in?
After the bulk of the council results.
So arguably late Friday.
Also, none of the mayoral results are like metro mayors. They're mostly municipal mayors for boroughs, so they're not nearly as important.
Labour are only defending about 2,150 seats. They might be wiped out. NA says, I can come on when others go. Oh, yes, absolutely welcome to NA.
I'll be on as long as the stream is on. So, yeah.
No worries. Well, what I'll do... Yeah, I'm feeling brave. What I'll do is I'll post a little link in the chat here. We'll see if anyone wants to come on, and I'll very, very strictly vet and be suspicious of anyone that I add to the stream. And you know,
you get to see them first, don't you? As in, you get.
I do, yeah. So I can, you know, I could try and make a best guess who they are.
I'd say.
Oh, William! No, I remember you. We're not having you again, sir. No, thank you. That was William from last time.
What did William do last time? You never
He did a very inappropriate image. Let's say the
William sent me like I literally can't describe to you what it is because it's that graphic. All I can say is it's the sort of thing you'd find on 4chan.
It wasn't actually of William. I hope.
No,
I couldn't say for sure. Probably not.
All we can say is it was unsolicited.
I see what
it
you
was
mean.
It was very unsolicited. It's the sort of
what you're
thing
trying to say is he sent you a picture of Starmer wearing Crocs. Was it that bad?
No, it's worse than that.
Worse than that, yeah. It's like he sent me a video of Starmer putting his Crocs somewhere that they don't belong. That's all I'm going to say with that one.
Are they comfy and easy to wear?
Look, it's just. I'm sure if you ask privately in a Twitter chat, they will answer. But outside of that,
I get the idea.
We're not going to publicly say it.
It's don't worry, it's fine. Okay, yeah, but the link's out there, NA, if you want to join at any point, because we've got enough space in the stream now that you can join, so you don't need to wait for other people to disappear. You're welcome to pop on. I'll refresh the BBC page here. We've got more of them. Reform 143 now. Not a great deal further from where we are. 144.
It's going up as we speak.
Labour's nearly down 100 altogether now. They've got to lose 2 more councillors, and they'll be on.
Are we going to do the countdown? We're just going to stare at that 98 until it reaches 100.
This is the magic of election night. We get to a certain point in the night where
Minster Lake and Whipton Exeter Council Ward has gotten some results. Reform gained from Labour.
And we got that on election maps.
Politics UK.
Politics UK. Hang on.
It's a cheat on them.
I'm going to go. Maybe see you in 12 hours.
No problem. Thank you for joining.
Cheery Andrasta.
See you.
Which one was it, John?
Politics UK, and I believe it was results Minchinglade and Whipton.
Oh Christ. And here's me saying I struggle with things, but yeah, mincing could be mincing rather than mincing. Mincing Lake. I'm going to say Mincing Lake and Whipton. That's what I'm going for.
Where is this word? I can't actually see it.
Oh, I'll bring it up on the screen for you, and then we can all have a crack at it.
And it's It's down to us three now.
Oh, so it is. That was very unceremonious the way that Tom exited.
Mincing Lake.
Mincing Lake.
Yeah,
that's a very English sounding place, isn't it? Mincing Lake.
I think it does sound like that.
These are the sort of places that Americans make fun of us for having place names.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to England, Mincing Lake and Whipton. Right, Reform 34%, up from nothing. Greens 29%, up 18. Labour 23, down 38 points, which meant that Labour were previously over 60 points in this seat.
Yeah, from what I can tell, Labour lost probably about 20, more or less 20 of their vote to the Reform, and let's see, lost the other 18 to the Greens, and the Reform also got the 15% from the Conservatives.
Well, I think Labour are probably in the worst. I know they're in power, and you expect the party in power to lose the most, but they're probably in a very unlucky position as well. I'm not trying to defend Labour here, but if you think about hemorrhaging votes to Greens for the left-wing voters who just can't stomach reform, maybe they're strong Remain or want to rejoin the EU, or hate Farage personally because he's quite divisive, and then you've got obviously Reform, who are hemorrhaging votes to, working class voters, especially those who voted Brexit. So Labour are sort of uniquely placed to hemorrhage on both sides. So I'm not trying to say that Starmer's done a good job and how unlucky is he, but I'm saying that being in power and doing a subpar job, he's losing more than someone else would lose if they were a different wing.
I take the point that Labour are in an unenviable position at the moment. Although I do kind of blame Starmer for this. It's a tricky one because on the one hand, within the UK context, we look at our political figures and our political parties, and we say they're responsible for what's happening, right? But then at the same time, you see these similar kinds of conditions in other Western countries with the rise of left-wing and right-wing populism. And you do have to ask, well, there's got to be something more to it than just our specific country's circumstances if this kind of thing is happening everywhere. So how much blame do we ascribe to an individual politician for it? Regardless, Starmer has not been the man of the moment, if it is possible to have a man of the moment to save the centre or the centre left. And as a result of that, we are seeing exactly that, losing support, bleeding it out to both ends. Sounds like one of those horrible videos I'd be sent. Right, I've got, okay, it says NA. I want to believe it's NA, but it could be another person posing as NA. So NA, if you're there, can you just comment in the YouTube chat for me? Tell me that that it's you trying to join. Would you do that for me, NA? Because I'm ever so slightly dubious still.
And I doubt you want to, after 4 hours of streaming, have to close this one down and then not do it.
Indeed, I'm here. It's NA, says Frank. What do you mean, Frank? How do you know it's NA? I'll talk about NA's
Frank.
waiting. Hang on, let me add you to the stage. Hello, NA. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Remove. No, well, we gave it a go. I don't think. Oh, it is me, says NA. Okay. NA, is it you? NA. NA, say it ain't so. NA, is it you?
NA, well, at least he's not done that awful thing yet.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes. Oh, I'm so relieved to hear your voice. How are you, NA?
All right. How's everyone?
Not bad, thank you. Not bad.
Yeah. By the way, Swiss, NA was also on my stream with Cameron when I did the predictions about a few days ago as well.
Oh, nice one. What out of interest then, what sort of predictions did you guys come out with, and how do they stand up to how you feel things are going now? Obviously, it's early days.
Oh, I think it was how many seats we thought. I think we thought SNP would get at least 60 seats in the Scottish Parliament. Plaid Cymru, I think, would land 40, I think. It was stuff like that, I think we were discussing.
It wasn't so much sort of broad council councillor numbers then?
No, it's like just how many. I think it was like just how many, just overall national. I will admit I'm not good at the more local, minor detail ones, but yeah, and I think there was also. Hold on, let me just get my YouTube channel up, and I'll take a look at what was the name of the topics. I did YouTube. Okay, no,
Just while you're finding that, John, I just want to ask NA, have you enjoyed the night so far? How's the stream been from a viewer's perspective for the past 4 hours?
Yeah, I must admit I haven't been here a lot of the time. There was just a lot of people talking for my liking, and it was going sort of off the elections onto Iran and everything. I was like, I'm not really into this.
Yes. Admittedly, that is a feature that. Well, no. What's it they say? It's not a bug; it's a feature.
Well, Swiss, in many ways, NA is proving your point about it. Against Callum.
I was right to repeatedly steer the stream back onto the election when we deviated.
Okay.
It was good of me to try and do that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. The stream I put as political discussion, local Welsh and Scottish elections 2016 predictions. Will Starmer resign? I think it was generally that. I think we're just generally talking about our predictions of what was generally on the national scale for those results and whether or not those results will force Keir Starmer to resign or not.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. And that was the one the other day that I linked to. Was that a previous one?
No, yeah, this is a previous one. This one was done 12 days ago. This one was me, Cameron, and NA. And the one with Tom was yesterday, night before the locals.
Gotcha. I want to read a few more comments quickly. Blue Guy says, first past the post increases the risk of populist parties getting disproportionate control of state institutions. Lee Hallam joins us. Hello there, Lee, and says, good morning. What have you made of the night so far, Lee? Skullman says, Bowl Hall. I want to say it's Bowl Hall. Tamworth council election result. Reform. Whoa. This is another biggie. Reform 51% up from nothing. Labour 19% down. 38 point. Again, that's another one where Labour's fallen massively from nearly 60%. Greens up 11 from nothing. Conservatives, big losses for the Conservatives in that one as well. Down 30, stuck on 10. Reform gain from Labour.
Interesting, both Labour and the Tories lost about 30% of their vote, I think.
It's Bolly Hall as well. Yes. Well, people, I have seen people sort of describing this in terms of, if you're adding in together sort of like the Labour losses and the Tory losses and all of this, then these locals really are the collapse of the two main parties, more so than we've seen at any point up until now. There could well be further to go down the line, but this is the most we've seen.
Yeah, it'll be quite interesting to compare this to like 2017 snap election, because that was like the peak of two-party voting.
Yeah, we had a. I mean, I've sort of laid this out on the channel in the past, but I've kind of felt that we've been on this gradual path towards the collapse of the two main parties and a diversified sort of multi-party system for a long while, but we just kind of had this weird aberration for a couple of elections where you had like Jeremy Corbyn as leader, which was a big pull factor for some people, a big push factor for others. You had Brexit on the agenda, which was bringing people around sort of big parties, tentpole things to say, are you more Romania or are you more Levy? There were a lot more interest, specific elements at play that you haven't had in other elections in the same kind of a way, which kind of pulled us away from that pattern. But then afterwards, we've just snapped straight back to it again. Leah said over here in Thameside, 7 out of 19 wards so far and 7 Reform wins.
I would probably say about the whole Betsy, we've collapsed from two-party to multi-party. The only thing is that we still got a voting system that usually is supposed to only benefit two parties.
Yeah.
So
actually, can I touch on Blue Guy's comment that you read out, Swiss? The first past the post, I thought was an interesting comment. First past the post increases the risk of populist parties getting disproportionate control of state institutions. The first thing I thought when I read that was that I had thought the opposite. First past the post, I mean, people that want populist parties to do well have been frustrated for so long that first past the post has kept them from getting any power at all in state institutions. So I think it's only when you flip past that turning point, when you get so popular that the system that once kept you out now works in your favor, that's where it flips to what Blue Guy is saying being absolutely true. But I think it works both ways. It's kept them out for so long.
Yes, I think that's absolutely right. You know, first past the post by its nature favors the larger parties and punishes the smaller parties, and it also makes it a greater barrier to entry to turn from a smaller party into a larger party. And yet we are existing in the timeline where that is happening regardless of first past the post. And as soon as you say, as soon as those parties get to that threshold where they flip over and actually become one of the larger parties, suddenly there's an awful lot more for them to be gaining and winning in elections than before. I mean, it's crazy that, forgetting what the polls are saying at the moment, but hypothetically, say there's, I don't know, a party at 20% in the polls, a party at 22% in the polls, a party at 25% in the polls, a party at 28% in the polls. You know, there's enough of a spread there, and that's nationally. In a first past the post system, that's impossible to predict what that's going to yield in terms of seats compared to a more traditional election where there's, I don't know, a party on 40% and a party on 35%. You know, you've got a better feel there. It could churn out so many things.
And it's ironic that it's ironic that the parties like Reform now, who stand to gain now but have always lost because of that system mostly. It's ironic that a party like Reform are actually advocating to get rid of the first past the post and don't like it at all. So it's only when it works in their favour that they're going to try to get rid of it. Or so it sounds.
I think they no longer want to get rid of first past the post now.
Maybe it's gone quiet. But I've always heard, or I've only heard, that they don't like it. But maybe they now don't want to say anything.
Yeah, I think they're not going to change the voting system anymore now, because now that they look like they can win with it, they're not going to change it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, my reading of things has always been that basically every party in existence other than Labour and the Tories has always been in favour of some kind of voting reform, because it's been in their interest to want it, because Labour and the Tories up until recently have been reinforced by first past the post, and all the rest of them have been encumbered by it.
Well, isn't it ironic that a party called Reform now doesn't want reform?
I mean, well, maybe not electoral reform. I'm sure they'll reform a few other things. By the way, were you just about to read Podge asking what channel it was on?
No, I was just about to tell you that Ritzy Labour have lost over 100 councillors now.
Oh, we've reached that threshold.
102.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll refresh the. Hang on, I've got it here. I'll refresh the numbers. There we are. There's the latest. Yeah, I was just going to share. I'm going to share your channel in the chat as well, because Podge just asked what channel was the prediction stream on. So I've shared this a few times on the channel, but I shall put it again in the chat now. So this is John's channel, and John's been getting on a lot of the regulars we get on this channel for politics streams and discussions, and it's a good hub to go to.
I can't see it on the stream thing, Stress.
Oh, can you not? Can no one see that?
Can
no one see that in the comments right now?
I can see it.
Oh, you mean the comments? Okay, yeah. Oh, you share it in the comments. My mistake. I thought you shared it on screen.
Right. No, that's right. But in fact, I can share it on screen now also, just for the simplicity of people finding it. So there we are. Your channel, John Cooper. And we've had a stream that you've done with Tom recently, and
go to live and you see
gone to live. We've got a multitude of streams here. This is like back when I used to care.
Yeah,
I used to do lots of streams.
I've done 6 streams. These two at the top here are the political predictions. This one here is the Gonford and Denton by-election result. That one there's a one-piece live action review, so it's not politics, but yeah. But the first one when I did back is Andy Barnum being blocked by Labour from standing, which we'll see how that goes afterwards. And this one has something to, I think, related to the Madison debacle as well as the Japanese elections that was going on at the time. So, yeah.
Guys, if you're a fan of this channel and you enjoy hearing from John and the other contributors that we have on here, please go subscribe to John's channel, and you will get more content, double the content essentially, because you'll be getting stuff from me and from him. So please go check it out.
Yeah,
there we are. Nice little pluggy plug. I'll read a few more comments here. What have we got? Lee Hallam says you can't have a system that keeps out parties you don't like. That's not democracy. Skullman says move to STV. Blue Guy also says STV is my preference. We had a few on this now. Sorry, go on.
I think that was just when we were talking about the RETSI policy, RETSI reform, not doing changes to the party. And so you want to continue in the comments?
That's fine. I'll move on to so Lee said Holton and Merseyside. Oh yes, we were looking at that one earlier. Yeah, that was wild when those results came in. Reform winning 16 of the 19 wards is huge. So much for the Labour last readout. Reform, you know what, Lee? I remember you'd said to me, that you were. I think we were talking about Wales specifically most recently, but I think broadly speaking, you were saying you're expecting Reform to be doing better than was indicated, and certainly from what we've seen thus far this evening, that does seem to be getting borne out. It seems that Reform are probably going to outpace expectations, and Labour are going to do an awful lot worse as well. Right. Where are we at? Realistically, how much longer do we think we can last for tonight, guys, before we throw the towel in and say get some sleep and come back again tomorrow?
I can probably do another hour, but I know. How are you feeling?
Well, I've ran out of energy drinks. That's
so Swiss is going to crash pretty quickly.
Well, how about we do another 20 minutes so you have it rounded up to 4:30 hours of streaming?
That's not bad.
I can do whatever Swiss stays for.
I mean, I could go for the absolute meme value of it and do another 9 minutes 30 and get a nice round 4:20 for the stream. We could all have some chuckles. I'll refresh the BBC page here, and we'll have another look at the headline figures that we've got at 3:15 in the morning today. Right, so Reform 156 up 156. Lib Dems 35 down 1. So the Lib Dems are getting very, very close now to breaking even. They've been down slightly for the whole night so far, but they're getting.
I think they've just got a gain from Labour in central Hull council world.
So they'll probably, I reckon they'll continue on getting some gains. Yeah. By the time we come back tomorrow, they'll be in positive territory.
Yeah, let's see, they got 31.3%, 5% increase. Labour 28.4%, minus 33.4 decrease. Reform got 23.2, a 23.2 increase, and Greens 13.4 increase, and Conservatives 3.6 at the vote share, which is a 4.5 decrease, which shows that while Lib Dems gained it, it's more just like they've sort of they've only just slightly gained, or slightly, and they've mostly stagnated, and they only won that seat because Reform and Greens took so much of Labour's vote away.
There's an interesting comment here from Lee as well, who says a lot of the fall in Reform's poll support is people saying restore, but they have no candidates. So obviously in the national opinion polling, we have seen that slight sort of decline and dip in Reform's polling in the past few months. And I was speculating on this, what could be causing it, and I kind of missed the big obvious thing, which was that Restore are starting to appear in those polls on 3% or 2% or 4% or whatever, and that's obviously impacting. But if Restore aren't running any candidates in the local elections, you're going to vote Reform, probably. I think Apollo, who was in the chat earlier, was an example of that. He was someone who's currently a Restore member now, but voted Reform in these elections. So anecdotally, there's one.
Okay.
Restore are very online. Well, I mean, I exclusively know Apollo from the online, so I'll vouch. I can say that for a few of you, though. To be fair.
Anyway, NA, what do you think are going to be some of the results that we're going to see in these local results? That I think what you expect. If there's some surprises, or do you think do you think it's going as badly as you think it is for Labour?
It's surprising me how far Reform are ahead of everyone else, but that just could be the way early results are. So it's hard to say. I'd like to see the other parties do better, minus the Tories. It's Labour, yeah, it's probably where I'd expect them to be at the moment. Lib Dems, I would expect them to be gaining, not losing. Especially, you'd expect some Tories and Labour to be switching over to them. The funny thing, whenever I see RA, I just can't help but think of Farage going up the Ra. Whenever I see that.
I'll mention this quickly, which was a point we made earlier, is that there are about just shy of 5,000 council seats up for grabs in these local elections. And so far, the total number of council seats we've got on this tally on the BBC, at least, is probably about 250, which is...
yes, I think you said we're under 5%, aren't we?
Yeah, we're at about 5% at the moment. So we are torn. We want to try and read as much into these results as possible and try and glean what's going on. But at the same time, we've got a fraction of the total picture. And that would be fine if it was sort of an equal picture across all different kind of parts of the country. But as we've sort of said, there are certain areas that we're expecting the Greens to do much better in that haven't really came into the fold yet. So yeah. I think the analysis of Reform doing very well and Labour doing very badly will hold firm throughout the whole of these elections. But I think as for the other parties, it remains to be seen where they end up a little bit.
Yeah, I think you can read into these results. The two that you mentioned there, Lib Dems might actually, we thought that they'd gain more, but actually I think Green are taking what they gained, but they're not hemorrhaging like Labour. So that actually makes sense if they relatively just hold on to what they've got. No idea about the residents' associations. But yeah, Green and Reform are going to be the winners and Labour and Conservatives are going to be the losers. We sort of knew that anyway. It's just about what the extent will be.
Interestingly, I think I saw on like Times Radio or Times News a few days back about apparently some Tory moderate voters considering voting Labour just to keep the Greens out. But I think that's more in the cities. So I'm not sure if that effect's actually going to work yet.
Yeah, tactical voting could be a thing.
Yeah.
That might be why Lib Dems aren't gaining so much.
I mean, I feel that a sort of like a Tory voter voting Labour to keep out the Greens is about as likely as a Labour voter voting Tory to keep out Reform. But that said, it's not something that would never happen. I think it would be a bit rare, but I could certainly see some people making that choice.
It's almost like
a comment from... Sorry, go on.
Sorry, I was going to make a silly comment and just say it's almost like a residents' association voter voting for Green to keep out the Tories.
You can make that silly comment. It's 20 past 3. All is allowed. Skullman has said Manor House, Hartlepool, Council. This is a biggie. So Reform 66.3%. So basically 2/3 of the votes Reform. That's something to be said right there. 2/3 of the result. We were looking at certain wards where Labour were dominating, where they had sort of 60-70% of the vote, and now we've got one where Reform's got that much, and that's up 46%. So from a start of already having 20% there, Labour 22%, down 36%. So Labour had over 50% of the vote prior, and now they're down on less than a quarter. Greens up 11% from nothing. That's yeah. Again, indicative of what we've been seeing throughout the night. Libs may gain 100 to 200 when all is said and done, says Skullman. Yeah, I expect that the Liberal Democrats will make gains out of these elections, and it probably will number in the low hundreds when all is said and done. I think we've just not seen the right councils for the Greens to make, not the Greens, sorry, the Lib Dems to make good gains. Blue Guy has said, what do RA parties even do? Well, residents association parties are basically... well, it's kind of what it says on the tin. It's sort of like it's local people wishing to govern themselves, but they don't want to get on board with a particular political party and the sort of the baggage that involves with a specific set of policies or having to be aligned to the national party or any of that stuff. It's kind of just a bunch of people from a town or an area with similar interests and certain issues that, you know, we want to fix the potholes, we want a new community centre, that kind of thing. All of them sort of getting together and say, well, look, we don't need Labour and the Tories and all the rest of them. We'll just do it ourselves, and we'll call ourselves the name of our town residents association, and then that's effectively their party that they stand under. Blue Guy also says, so NIMBYs, probably they are NIMBYs. I wouldn't like make that one of the defining qualities, but probably they're going to be NIMBYs as well. Yeah.
And I think Organ's asking if you're going to use AI to its full potential.
I'm going to use it to make me some thumbnails every now and then. That's about the best that we'll end up getting.
So here's a question about the. Sorry, was it NA saying something? Sorry,
I just said the bot wants you to bot.
The bot wants me to. Yeah. The bot wants me to bot.
Okay. Well, here's the question I have. Say the Lib Dems don't gain and actually lose councils. Would Ed Davies' position as leader be questioned afterwards, or do you think they just write it off?
Okay. Well, I'll caveat this first by saying it's a hypothetical that I don't see happening. I do think that the Lib Dems are going to come out of this with relative gains rather than losses. However, if this ended up happening, and actually the Lib Dems did come out of this with losing councils and losing councillors and all the rest of it, I think Ed Davey would be in pretty hot shit, because the Lib Dems have been absolutely stagnant as far as their polling has gone so far in this parliament. You've got, all of everything else going on around them, the decline of the two main parties. Once upon a time, this would have been an absolute dream for the Lib Dems, the decline of Labour and the Tories, and instead they've made absolutely no hay out of it whatsoever. So if they were moving backwards in local council elections, I definitely think Ed Davey probably would be on the chopping block. That's my take on that one for you.
I would say, like, it looks like Lib Dems, the reason why Lib Dems aren't, obviously they may gain later on, we don't yet know. But if they don't make gains, it's almost directly down to Green, right? Wouldn't you say? So if Green do very well later, I would say Lib Dems sort of hold what they've got and don't gain very much. If Greens don't do quite as well as we expect, I think Lib Dems gain in the hundreds.
Well, I think there's a slight, and again, even the way that I'm going to articulate this is a little bit too broad. So don't take this as sort of a fine analysis. But imagine, if you will, sort of like Labour's, the voters, Labour will have voters, some of which will go to Reform and some of which will go to the Greens. And we've sort of seen that as, right wing or working class more towards Reform, left wing or middle class more towards the Greens. But the Tories also have a dynamic at play where some of their voters go to Reform on one wing, but actually they're more sort of the left wing of the Tory party, your liberal type, the ones that sat better in the coalition with the Lib Dems way back when, they will go to the Lib Dems as well. So you could end up in some areas where there are some areas where the Greens take a lot off of Labour, but then you could have a lot of separate areas where the Lib Dems take a lot off of the Tories. So you could have the Greens and the Lib Dems doing well simultaneously.
So they've got another pond to fish in, is what you're trying to say?
Exactly, yes, a different pond to fish in. That's a good way of putting it. I'll take a few more comments in the chat here. Lee says, Tameside, 12 wards out of 19, 11 Reform, 1 Labour. Reform, 46% of the vote. Labour, 24% of the vote. Reform are essentially double Labour there. The one Labour win is in St. Peter's, where allegations of electoral wrongdoing by Labour have been made by independent rivals. Oh dear. Well, that's gonna be a black mark against their one representative there, depending what the allegations are. I saw a lot of Lib Dem posters in Bracknell when I was there this week, says Blue Guy. Actually, I think for the area that I live in, I think I've pretty much exclusively seen green posters. I can't think of any other posters I've seen. I think I've
How many did
only
you put up,
seen
Swiss?
green posters. Sorry?
How many did you put up then?
I didn't put out a post. Oh no, Lee's missed this. Lee's going to absolutely rib me for this. Lee Hallam, you'll never guess how I voted. I voted for the Lib Dems again, Lee. I remember at the general election, Lee was like, "Yeah, you voted the Lib Dems because you basically, I can't remember what phrase he used, but I
bottled it or something.
Because I bottled it or I opted out. I decided not to participate and just vote for the Lib Dems instead."
Out of interest, Rich, what put you off voting Green?
I get too much of the Jeremy Corbyn baggage vibes from the Greens as they are at the moment. There's an awful lot of stuff I like about the Greens and their policies, but I see the positive that they are in my mind is that they could drag Labour towards the left rather than wanting to see Zach Polansky in number 10. I don't want to see Zach Polansky in number 10, but I would like to see Labour do a little bit more sort of social democratic stuff. I realise these are locals and not national elections, but you know that filters through as well. But I just kind of thought, would I feel entirely happy with my vote if I did vote Green, or would I feel that there were parts of it that I'd kind of go, and I realised that with the Lib Dems, it's quite easy. I could just go, yeah, the Lib Dems. They're fucking harmless. No, they're never going to win. Whatever, Lib Dems.
You might feel a bit, yeah, Lib Dems are safe in a way, but then if you had voted Green, and let's pretend this is a national election, and it follows through to the Nationals, if they suddenly decide to scrap our army and grow trees instead, sort of thing, and then Russia invades us,
hang on,
it'll then be your fault.
Hang on. Now, look. I'm not one to accuse people of constructing a straw man that easily, but scrapping the army and replacing it with trees. Come now.
There are some. Sorry,
an army event.
Yes, exactly. That could work. I could get on board with that. I've heard something. I don't know exactly what the policies are for Green, but some of the ones I heard were more sort of whimsical ones on like the far reaches of, for me anyway, shouldn't do. Like, let's make all drugs legal and stuff like that. I don't know.
I think that's the thing. I think that's the thing with probably in the same way that with right-wing populism, I feel that okay, what's an issue that they're wanting to talk about? Immigration. They think there's too much immigration. They think there's too much illegal immigration. They think some stuff should be done about it. Fair enough. But then along with it, you also get mixed in all the people that actually are a bit racist and people that might want to see people deported for not very good reasons and all of the rest of that in with it. And like that with sort of left-wing populism, you want well-funded public services. We want workers to get paid more. We want to tax the rich more than they are at the moment. Yeah, right on. And we don't want to have international defense alliances, and we want to get rid of our nuclear weapons, and we'll legalize all the drugs. And you go, hang on. So,
well, I mean, I've been happy to argue with anyone of why drugs should be legalized, because it's not legalized in the sense of how Tories and Reform will make out. It's not like
it's decriminalized.
Corner shop and buy a bag of heroin sort of thing.
No, I don't.
Legalized and regulated. Where the harder the drug, the more you'd regulate it. So, like heroin, you'd only be able to get a pharmacy via prescription.
I was.
Now you can order it from an illegal dealer, and there would be no regulation on it, and it would be cut with goodness knows what, which would be far more dangerous to you and far more likely to kill you. So
I understand. I understand the nuance of that, and I realised that I was using a bit of a shorthand when I said legalize all the drugs. But what I also consider is the fact that if you want to seriously get, I'm going to sound like a bloody soulless centrist here, but if you want to get into power and if you want to bring the average man and woman in the country with you, policies such as that are very, very difficult to argue for and pitch, because people will instantly think of, oh, okay, so everyone can just do drugs then. That's
like
the
hipster
first
policy.
thing that people think when they hear that kind of policy. And I think that you, at the very least, if you want to try and move the country in that kind of a direction for a sort of a treatment of drugs as a medical issue rather than a criminal issue, which I think there's absolute validity to, you want a gradual approach. You don't want to come out on a podium swinging, saying, let's decriminalize all the drugs. You want to say, let's let people smoke weed and see how that goes. You know, that's my take on it, at least.
Is one of their policies to have an open border immigration system, so literally the opposite of reform? I don't want to say that's what it is. I have a feeling it might be.
I see, this is the thing. I can't imagine any party, even a left-wing populist party, saying we want an open border. You know, we want to allow everybody into the country, any number of people into the country. We're not going to say no to you coming into the country.
That's why I struggle with it.
Even the Greens or Corbyn, I can't see them doing that. I can't see that ever being in their manifesto. I feel as if that sort of thing.
Someone told me. I don't know.
I feel as if sort of a totally open border kind of thing is the sort of characterization of that bit of the left that the right easily makes. And don't get me wrong, there probably are some people within that fold that do want completely open borders because they dream of a world where there are no countries and nationalities. There are just people all getting along with one another. But I don't think that's seriously the sort of policy they try and put forward. I think they'll probably have very relaxed rules around immigration and asylum, but I don't think it'll be full open borders.
I've got a quick, and bear in mind this is AI, but AI tends to be quite good. I know you can, I bet it takes it from certain sources. It says here, the Green Party of England and Wales advocates for a fair and humane system of managed immigration with a long-term aspiration of a world without borders. So you could turn that into they want open borders eventually.
Yeah.
If that AI is taken from a good source, but I think it is. I think generally they don't like borders is probably the correct way to see things.
Yeah, but I think that sort of that long-term aspiration thing, it's a bit like
not now.
Yeah, it's a bit like, you know, if all the conditions in the world were right, that's how we'd like things to be. But then you could kind of go, you know, to put a different example across, like, you know, even the Lib Dems aren't saying let's rejoin the EU right now. It's one of those things that, you know, I get it. I get that's part of where the ideology is rooted, but I just don't realistically see anyone trying to seriously propose that and expect to get voted into office on the back of it. Can I just add very quickly? Frank has been asking. I can only assume he's asking AI about me, because what he's written here is, he said, the Captain Swiss name originated from university days as the neutral Switzerland mediator in house arguments. His avatar often features a pirate hat with milk carton, a running joke tied to former Lib Dem leader Tim Farron, and Milky Awards. He has distinctive looks, dyed blonde hair and tattoos. See, this is how I know it's AI, because it's quoting my dyed blonde hair from about 5 or 6 years ago.
Okay, is that why also he was asking for updates earlier about the stream or something? But anyway, sorry. Go on.
Sorry, I'm getting off. I'm getting off track here. Is there a? Oh, I'll read what Lee had said before about the allegations against Labour in that council. Allegations of postal vote farming and putting up 2 fake independents to confuse anti-Labour voters plotting at a barbecue in Angela Rayner's garden. The 2 fake independents in St. Peter's got 8% and Labour win was by 5% over the main independent. One of the fakes is a woman with learning difficulties who said she didn't know she was up. Oh, crikey. Okay, well, there is some dodgy shit going on here then. If this holds the water.
Labour are down to 110 losses.
Oh,
yeah.
Let me refresh that there.
Was that Harlow you were talking about?
Whoa, 127. Is that right?
Looks like it.
Right, guys. I think I'm on the cusp of wanting to wrap up for today. I feel that
about to fall asleep myself, to be honest.
Yeah. And 4.5 hours for a stream is a good innings. We've got plenty more to come
Yeah.
over the next day or two.
Besides maybe like an hour of chaos between Callum and Tom with their let's see more other topics. But
hey, look,
I'm not guilty. I'm also guilty for some.
We do a little bit of everything here, and what I can say at the very least is we've maintained a pretty steady 20 or so viewers throughout the entire stream tonight.
Yeah.
So that's not bad. That's not.
I would say you probably need a stream that's almost open, but you could just say like open political topics or open this topics, which actually allows for different conversation, but based around a certain topic. That might be let people air their views or whatever.
Yeah,
it might be on the Iran war, it might be on whatever people want, but
I kind of the way things end up going with this, especially when we have the big election streams with lots of people, is that I'll sort of we'll have the core topic, which is the election, and then we can deviate into other political topics or even other random topics a little bit. But then it's my job every now and then to sort of come along and drag us back to why we're meant to be here.
We did drift off in this one. I'm thinking of a way to not drift off as much in these streams would be to have streams where everything there is said, basically.
I understand what you're saying there, but from experience that doesn't work. It still won't stop people from. You know what? Right? If it's a stream where it's only me and one other guest, or me and a couple of other guests, that's manageable. But as soon as we're in that territory where we've got a full stream of people, or if it's Callum and he's a little bit drunk, that's when it becomes a little bit trickier.
Yeah. Swiss, so exactly, going to do a stream tomorrow or for more results? Or?
Yes, I expect so. So yeah, I can't plan it out in advance exactly when and where and all the rest of it, but I will end up coming back tomorrow for a stream. Perhaps what I'm thinking about maybe is a stream for a little while, maybe near the middle of the day or the early afternoon, and then depending what I'm doing tomorrow night, possibly a stream in the evening or the night as well, and then maybe something to try and cap up all the results later in the weekend. But the point being, over the next day or two, we will try and come back for a few more streams.
Well, at the very least, I can tell you, I've taken tomorrow off because I was going to do late nights, Ritzy streaming with you and you, so I knew I wouldn't have time to wake up for work tomorrow. So I took the whole day off. So
you made a good call there.
Yeah. So
I did the same.
Me too.
So yeah. I'm available for the majority of the day, though I might be absent for at least 1 hour between, I'd say, 7:30 to 8:30. But other than that, I should be available for that, and arguably weekend. Though I might try and see a film with my mum. I'm not sure. I probably need to ask her and something like that. But yeah. But at the moment, I'd say for the very least, I think I'm basically available for that, except for that 1 hour tomorrow and maybe another hour on Saturday. But maybe some other stuff. But I'll wait until when you're planning to do those streams. At the very least, I know you're doing a stream tomorrow. At least,
no problem. And I'll be, I'll post in the group chat. I'll put the links out in all the usual places. So if you keep an eye on it, then you'll be able to see it.
Nice comment from Frank. I think everything about these streams are perfect. Don't change a thing. So you're doing it right, Swiss.
Hey, that's why he became a channel member and sent me all of those Argentinian pesos, because we don't need to change a thing. Thank you, Frank. Skullman says midday into afternoon we should start getting Holyrood and Senedd results. I'm off tomorrow, so I'll be here. Lee Hallam adds there are some counts on Saturday for some reason as well. So yes, it's gonna be a weekend long event, basically, guys. We'll be coming back in dribs and drabs to update ourselves to everything that's going on. I'll do one final refresh of the BBC page here to see where we're at. Reform 180, up 180, Labour 57, down 130. Lib Dems are finally level pegging. They made it just before the end of the stream. They're no longer at any losses. It can only get better from here. Tories 41, down 51, Greens 23, up 16, and the Independents 10, down 10.
In some ways, it's kind of fitting that we end it just as the Reform and Labour have got round numbers.
Yeah. These are I don't want to refresh the page. These are nice round numbers here. It's
They're all mostly nice and round.
All right then. So I want to say thank you to John, to Retro, to NA, you guys with me, and to everybody else that we've had on stream this evening, and to the dear viewers in the chat who've stuck with us for the last few hours. I hope you've enjoyed yourselves. We will see more of you over the rest of the weekend. Guys, are there any final things you wish to say or sign off before we go?
I would say for the moment, we expected a bloodbath for Labour, and it looks like there's potential to be even worse than that from what we can tell from some of these results. Lib Dems, rocky start, but I think that was to be expected until like more of the areas where it's do better. Greens, I think we'll have to wait more for the cities before we really get to see how well they do. And Conservatives, I suppose poor is expected. No, maybe they had a few surprising victories. So I'd say that. And Reform, arguably doing what most people expected. The only thing now is that I am very curious to see what Scottish and Wales will give us.
Yes, likewise. Thank you, John. Anything else, guys?
Well, I think it's those results are basically as I would have expected, and it sounds like, oh yeah, you're saying you knew it all beforehand, but I did know that Reform would have massive gains and that Labour would have massive losses. We're yet to see about the Greens, but I'm not surprised with the results we've seen so far. But other than the results, it was just really nice, and it was fun to hang out with you guys who came on the stream, but also the chat. And thanks for having me on.
Hey, smashing. More than welcome, mate. NA, any final words?
Not really. Labour are down 3 councils. Lib Dems are actually up a council. I might be able to come on later. It depends when you're on, because like I was expecting to stay up all night, so now I'm sort of like in coffee limbo, hoping that the caffeine wears off and I can get some sleep. Otherwise, yeah, I don't know where I'm going to lie with falling asleep and when you're going to be on, and so yeah, I don't know.
Oh no,
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm sorry that I've messed up your whole schedule with it.
No, it's all right. I probably would have. Yeah.
Thanks for joining us, NA. Though I would probably advise for future reference, given that we don't want to have another Williams situation, I think you might need to try and find an avatar that we will be able to identify as you, rather than the blank plain
Yeah, I
one.
suppose I can always just say in the chat that it's me. It will take me a bit of time because I've got an old phone, so it's switching between windows and stuff. But I can just do it that way.
We got by well enough today, so we can again in the future. That's no problem.
Yeah, but luckily we avoided the Williams situation.
Oh yes, I was wise to
There's something fitting about NA having no picture, though, isn't there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sort of an anonymous, non-applicable, and whatnot. Oh my goodness.
Right, I may or may not see you tomorrow, Swiss.
Just quickly, last few ones. Lee Hallam says, Skullman. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yep. Sorry, I just yawned there. I might have cut out. So, last few things. Lee had said goodbye. Skullman says goodbye. Going by the results tomorrow, Labour will be hammered in Wales, and I'm running caffeine free. We'll do one final refresh of the page there. Anything exciting? Oh, look, the Lib Dems are up 1 councillor. There we are, in positive territory.
And so it starts.
All right then, guys. We will call it a day for tonight. I shall end the stream. Thank you very much, guys. See you all later on. Ta-ta.
Bye, Swiss.
Cheers.